Hello everyone and welcome to this session on Informatica full course. Informatica is a data processing tool that is widely used for ETL, which is to extract, transform and load processing. This is an industry leading software in the field of data processing and data governance. Informatica is mostly used in the data warehouse, business intelligence and data integration between the business applications domain. In this session, we'll be learning about Informatica from scratch. So let's see the agenda for the session. First, will we start with Introduction to Business Intelligence. Then we'll be talking about what is Informatica. After that, we'll be talking about Data Warehouse Architecture. Then we'll be discussing about Snowflake Schema. After that, we'll be talking about Star Schema. Then we'll be discussing more about ETL Tools. After that, we'll be talking about Informatica Dashboard. After that, we'll be doing a hands-on on how to create a workflow. Then we'll be talking about the different types of load. After that, we'll be talking about Informatica Architecture. Then we'll be discussing about importing tables from database to Informatica Dashboard. Then we'll be talking about Informatica Powercenter. And lastly, we'll be covering Informatica Repository. So that's all with the agenda. Now let's start the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
Business intelligence is nothing but at the end of the day, each and every organization, they want to track their business. Okay, so each and every organization at the end of the day, they want to track their business, how the business is going on, what is the profit, what is the sales. So what is the sales for yesterday, what is the sales for last week, last month, last quarter, or the last year, so last 5 years. So like a lot of analysis, they will be doing it on the data. So that's what we are going with the data analysis. Okay, business intelligence is nothing but the good decisions of the organization taken by effectively managing the data. So we are storing the data in the database, we are analyzing the data in the form of data visualization, we are giving the data. So this is called data visualization. So we are giving the data to the business people for this kind of data visualization. From this visualization, they will be analyzing it, they will be taking a decision. So this is what the business intelligence and data warehousing. Okay, so business intelligence is nothing but it will be used for the business people to analyze their business. Say for an example, if it is artificial intelligence, is nothing but is used by the data scientist. They will be writing some algorithms, so machine will think and then it will take a decision accordingly. But business intelligence is nothing but the business data we are giving to the business people as in the form of data visualization, like a chart, pie chart, bar chart, some different kind of chart we are giving it to them. They will be analyzing the chart and then they will be taking a decision accordingly. So this is what the business intelligence. So if you look at this business intelligence process, so in initial days, 1990s or later 1980s, we used to have the data. We used to store the data in the database. So this is the database. You assume that this is a database. We used to store the data. So in this database, we are storing the data. At the same time, we are pulling the data for the reporting. Okay, that time the data was very less, and then it was optimally performing. And after sometimes later point of time, this volume has grown up, and if you are taking the data for reporting and you are storing the data on the same time, this database will get impacted in the sense you'll be having some performance issue. So to avoid this performance issue, so we have some other system is called, so that time they have come up with solution called, okay, instead of having data in one single database, we can have the data in another database. So this is what we will go with. This is called data warehouse. This is called data warehouse. If you look at here, so this is my OLTP system. OLTP is nothing but online transaction processing. All your transactional data will be available in this particular database. This is nothing but it's a database. Online transactional processing is nothing but it's online transaction. It's a transactional database. So whenever we do, if you take banking system, whenever we do the transactions, if you're going for a bank and then you are doing the offline transaction on through online transaction, through card swipe or the gateway or the online transaction, whatever the transaction we do, all this transaction will be captured and it will be stored in this OLTP system. So this is what OLTP we have, and this OLTP is used to run the business. To run the business, I need to have this OLTP system. That's what we are going with OLTP here. This is what our OLTP transactional data. All your transactional data will be stored. So this one we will call it as OLAP system. OLAP is nothing but online analytical processing. So we'll be having online analytical processing. If I want to do analysis, you can do all the analysis in this particular OLAP system. So OLAP is nothing but your online analytical processing. See, they have suggested that, okay, the first person, the father of data warehousing, called Inman. So Inman suggested that if you want to do any analysis, do all the analysis in the OLAP system. Okay, here we can do all the analysis in the OLAP system. So this particular OLAP is used for to run the business, sorry, to analyze the business. See, OLTP is for run the business, OLAP for to analyze the business. So in order to analyze the business, so you have to analyze the business, you need to use OLAP system. I want to analyze the business for better understanding of the data, better understanding of the business. Then I have to go for OLAP. So OLAP is nothing but our data warehousing environment. So we have the data warehouse. So data warehouse. Warehouse is nothing but the place where we will store all our historical data. So data warehouse is nothing but our historical, the place where we will store all the historical data. So you heard about these particular databases like Teradata. So Teradata is one of the most widely used data warehousing system. It will run data parallel. Parallelly, it will store the data and retrieve the data. That's why we will go with Teradata for our data warehousing environment. And you can use even Oracle also. Oracle also we can use, and Microsoft SQL Server. Mostly the Teradata will be used. Some particular companies, they will use Microsoft SQL Server, even Netisa. So from IBM we have the Netisa, right? So these kind of databases you can use it. We'll be having different databases. Here you can use SQL, NoSQL DB also. That's what we will use here. So this is what OLAP system. Okay, OLAP here. See, OLAP here we have. Okay, data warehousing. This is called OLAP. Okay. So nowadays we are not using this. We are using, but we are moving towards on the data lake environment. So what is data lake? So here, so instead of data warehouse, we are moving towards on the data lake. So data lake environment. So like we have something like you heard about this data lake environments. Like we have the data lake environment called, heard about my Amazon AWS, right? AWS S3 for storing the data, and we have Microsoft Azure. So we are using that Azure, and then we are using GCP, Google Cloud Platform. Okay, GCP and the Snowflake. So Snowflake is like a data warehouse or lake house. So on top of above any one of the data storage, the Snowflake the framework will be defined, and then we can use it Snowflake also. And you can use something like even Hadoop and Hive environment also. Sometimes we are using that Hadoop and Hive environment for data lake environment. See, all these are using, it is used to store the three kind of data. So what is three kind of data here? So we can use structured data, okay, structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. So these are all the three kind of data you can use it. One is structured, so you can use structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. That's what we'll go for this. Okay, so we'll go for structured, unstructured, and semi-structured. Different kind of data storage we'll use: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. Okay, these three kind of data it can handle data lake, but in our data warehouse environment it will handle only structured data. Okay, only structured data alone it will handle. So this is what we'll go for. So we have to move the data from this OLTP to OLAP, right? So that's what we needed. So one particular tool. So this tool, it will extract the data, needs to extract the data from source. Okay, needs to extract the data from source, transform the data into a single format, load the data into data warehouse environment. That's what data warehouse or data lake environment. So this process we will call it as ETL process. So extraction, so extract and transform and load. Okay, so this is what we will do: extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay, so extraction, transformation, loading, ETL process we will do it. So this is called batch processing. So what is batch processing? So batch processing is nothing but it's a scheduled one. So batch by batch, it will be moved from source to target. Say for an example, it will be like you'll be having intraday jobs, 1 hour once, half an hour once. Okay, 1 day once, 4 hours once, like, and then daily jobs like 1 day once, then weekly once, monthly once, quarterly once, yearly once, backup jobs. See, like this, that batch we will schedule it. Based on the schedule, it will extract the data from source and it will transform the data into a single format, load the data into data warehousing environment, but it will handle only structured data. So this is what the ETL tool will do that. Okay, so this is called batch processing. See, in order to handle this data lake, right, in addition to this batch processing, we will be having live processing. Okay, live processing. What is live processing? Streaming the data. So we will call it as it's a streaming the data. So packet by packet, the data will be streamed from source to target. Okay, this is what we will go for ingestion, data ingestion. So in AWS and all, we will be having the data ingest. So we will ingest the data into the environment, in our data lake environment. This is called live processing, or we will call it as it's a streaming the data. Streaming. Okay, streaming the process. So you heard about the streaming called, we have the streaming called, we have the tool called Spark. Okay, Spark. The Spark will stream the data from source system. So you heard about this ingestion, data ingest. So ingest the data to a data lake. Raw data will be ingested here. Okay, raw data will be ingested into the data lake. So after that, we will be processing it. So once the processed data, so we'll be applying that. Processing is nothing but all the machine learning algorithm, artificial intelligence algorithm will be processed here. After that, again, the data will be feeding back to the OLTP for some recommendations. Recommendation bestseller for user, better user experience, right? We are moving the data. So in our data lake, the lake house and all environment, sometimes OLTP also will be using NoSQLDB or this. So anything you can use Amazon S3 also, we can use it. Amazon also will be using it for the OLTP environment. Sometimes we'll use NoSQLDB will use. So this is what the real-time process, and OLTP is nothing but it's not a single database. It's not a single database. So we do have different databases like heterogeneous source. So you can take the data from Oracle database, SAP, we can take SAP HANA, we can take SQL Server, we can take DB2, we can take some different Salesforce, some Flatfile, different source system. So this source system, we will call it as heterogeneous sources. Okay, heterogeneous sources, heterogeneous sources. That's what we will take the data from source to target. We will move the data from ETL process, heterogeneous sources. Then the data will be moved from ETL process, like extraction, transformation, and loading into this particular data warehouse. Okay, once the data has been moved and it will be one single structure, so from here the data will be moved to different data mart. Data mart. So what is data mart? Data mart is nothing but subset of our data warehouse. Subset of data warehouse. So you'll be having different data mart, merchant data mart, customer data mart, custom data mart, something custom reporting. So different data mart will be having it. So this is called data mart. It's nothing but subset of our data warehouse only. It's a logical division of our data warehouse. Based on the subject area of the company, they'll be having different data mart. So I'm working for merchant reporting. So I'll have this merchant reporting data mart access. Then if I'm working for customer reporting, then I'll be having only customer data mart access. This is what the data mart. So from the data mart or the data warehouse, data will be taken to the reporting tools. Reporting tools. We'll be having different reporting tools, data visualization tools called Tableau. We have Microsoft Power BI. So Power BI, Power Business Intelligence. Then we have the ClickView or ClickSense. Heard about this ClickView or ClickSense, right? So these are all the tools our reporting side. Then Google, we have the Looker, then Insight, Quick Insight. These are all the different Quick Insight. So we have different reporting tools like data visualization tools. So we have something like Zoom data. So different tools are there, MicroStrategy, lot of MicroStrategy, and we have SAP BO, Business Object. Then we have something like Cognos. We have IBM Cognos. See, these are all some of the reporting tool. So based on the company's data volume, the budget and everything, they will choose some reporting tools, many of the reporting tools. The same way in our source system, we do have different ETL tools. Our source system, we do have different ETL tools. One of the leading ETL tool is called Informatica Powercenter. Okay, Informatica Powercenter. Informatica Powercenter is one of the ETL tool. It's a data integration tool. It will integrate the data from source system, heterogeneous source, to target IaaS. You can have IaaS also. IaaS is nothing but Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services. See, like this, we do have different ETL tool. What that list we will see it later. But this is what. See, Informatica Powercenter is nothing but it's a ETL tool. It is used to extract the data from one database and transform the data as per the business logic and load the data into data warehouse. So this is what the Informatica Powercenter will do. So IaaS, everything will do. So this is called data warehousing environment. Okay, data warehousing. This is called data warehousing life cycle. Okay, so Informatica Powercenter is a data integration tool. It will integrate, it will transfer the data from one database to another database. That's what Informatica Powercenter will do. And Informatica is the company name, Powercenter is the ETL tool. Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services is like a cloud-based ETL tool. Okay, cloud-based ETL tool. That's what. So nowadays, for Informatica 10.4 version, it is supporting this Snowflake, say all this Amazon S3 and all this databases, data lake environment, this Informatica is supporting. So you can see that the 10.4 version is supporting all the data lake environment also. It has the connectivity. You can take the data from this OLTP, or again we can take the data from Snowflake and then load it into another environment. That's also it's possible. So that's we can take. That's what nowadays Informatica moved on the data lake environment also. That's what the scope for the Informatica. So we have a lot of scope in future also. So you can learn this tool very in-depth knowledge. That's what it will help you on the career perspective. Okay. So all our data warehousing applications, big data application is moving towards on the cloud environment. So Informatica also already moved on the cloud environment. Now the 10.5 version they have implemented. So 10.5 they have incorporated with all the data warehousing, data lake environments. So that's what the ETL pipeline. Okay, this is called ETL pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but, so this is the pipeline. So how we will extract the data from source and transform the data and then load the data into data warehouse. Okay, so this is what we are using the data warehouse environment. Clear? Data warehouse or data lake environment to process the data. So in order to take any data visualization report, you have to take from the data warehouse only. Business report. Business analyst will analyze it, the data, whatever the data is available in the source system and target, they will analyze it. And then based on this report use cases, so we have to, business analyst will tell us, okay, go and bring the data. So from this table to this table, apply this business logic. You can load the data into their data warehouse. We can take that data for our reporting. So that's what our business analyst will give us the use cases. Based on the ETL pipeline business logic, we have to read the data from source and write the data into data warehouse. So this is nothing but a data warehousing life cycle. So if we are going for any real-time project, this is what the architecture of our project. So in between, we'll be having a lot of stages. So here we will be having stages called, so it will not be directly loaded into source system to target. So here we do have different stages. We have stages called staging layer, and we'll be having intermediate 1 layer, intermediate 2. It's based on the different kind of the business model. We'll be having different layers. So from here to here we will load, again here to here we will load, here to here. So that's what we will load. It's based on the business environment we will load it. So this is called data warehousing environment. Okay, I hope you are clear on this data warehousing environment. So layers is nothing but subset of, it's a logical division of your data warehouse. Okay, we cannot load all the data into one particular database itself. It's a logical divisions. Okay, logical division. How we are having 1 TB of hard disk, how we are having it like a C drive, D drive, F drive, right? So why we are splitting into 3 drives? So easy access of, okay, you can have the program files in C drive, studies related stuff in the D drive, and something like a personal data we can have it on the E drive, right? So something like that. That's what in real time, instead of having data in one single database as it is, we will divide the database into multiple schemas or multiple database, and then we will store the data. So that's what different layers will be there. So layer by layer it will be moved, and final layer will be your data mart. Okay, so data mart based on the subject area, this is a consolidated data only, but for that subject area we will take the data. For the subject area, it's like a historical data only, but for that subject area we will have all the historical data. Okay, that tables alone will be there. Even it will be created like a views only you can create here. So main table will be available here in the data warehousing environment. So views will be created in the data mart, so that views will be supplied for the downstream applications. Okay, so this is what the data warehouse. Okay, different layers, that's what I have explained, right? Different layers is nothing but different logical division of your data warehouse. Okay, so that's what I have explained so far. If you look at here, so business intelligence is nothing but we have to take the decisions based on the business data, so effectively managing the data. So that's what we are going for the data warehousing environment. So this is the different stages in our business intelligence. So first stage, we have to aggregate the data from source to a data warehouse. It's like aggregating the data integration from heterogeneous sources to this data warehouse. We will aggregate the data. So once the data has been aggregated, then it will be presented in the form of data visualization by using Tableau, Power BI, different kind of reporting tools. The data will be presented to the customer, the business people, in the form of data visualization. Okay, in the form of pie chart, bar chart, all the bar chart. So then only they can easily understand how the business is going on, right? Then the business people, they will analyze the all the business data, the analytics, and then they will take a decision accordingly. Okay, so if I'm going to give a sales data, so they are making that, okay, if I'm going to increase 1% of the sales amount or 2% of the sales amount, product sales amount, then product price I'm going to increase 1% on this particular product, then what could be my next 1 year value, so that they can project based on last year data, right? So prediction and everything, forecasting, everything you can do if you have huge volume of data. So previous year data, so we can do it. That's what the business people will take a decision accordingly by seeing the data. So if they're launching a product, okay, so they can see how the customer responses for the particular product. They are launching the product, same kind of product with the different variants. They can check, okay, how the customer response this variance. So just you can, lot of metrics they will be analyzing it on the business side. So that metrics will be taken if you are going for the particular company is going for quarter results, right? So Q results. See all the quarter results and everything, they'll be taking the data from the data warehouse only. It's 3 months of data, right? It will be huge volume. So it will be aggregated data, and then it will be moved to the data warehouse. From the data warehouse only, they'll be taking all the reports. So if you go and check one company's the Q results, so it like it's nothing but it's a business intelligence reporting. Okay, business intelligence reporting. So they will be analyzing it, and then they will be taking decisions from this data only. This is what business intelligence process. Okay, so if you look at here data warehousing architecture, so this is a source layer. Sources is like heterogeneous sources. I told, right? It's enterprise resource planning. So different RDBMS data, different social media data, different unstructured data, structured, semi-structured. See all the data. You can IoT devices. You can get the data either from batch process or the real-time live processing. So we can take the data from source, and then you can do the data integration layer. The data integration layer, we can do all the data quality operations like data profiling, data transformation, data cleansing. We will do it. Normally this is what will happen. From the source we can load it into by using any IDQ. So Informatica data quality, we can load the data into a IDQ stage here. So that will be loaded. All the data will be like a qualified data will be loaded here. Then it will be moved to Informatica staging layer. That's also possible, or ODS layer. So here also we will call it as ODS layer, operational data source. So from here it will be moved to a staging layer. So from the staging layer of our data warehouse, it will be moved to the enterprise data warehouse. Okay, EDW. This is called EDW. So it will be moved on the EDW. So then it will be moved to the data mart environment. Data mart. So from the data mart, it will be moved to the presentation layer. So you'll be having a business intelligence applications, some mobile applications, mobile reports, like you have the dashboards, all the dashboard and browsers also you can see the reports. So this is what the data warehousing architecture. Okay, data warehousing architecture. We are moving the data only for business analytics purpose. We are loading the data into data warehouse. Okay, that's what the data warehouse environment. This is something like one analytics. Say for an example, what is business report? This is for one channel analytics. You can see here. See there, they'll be taking the last 28 days of analysis. Here you'll be having a drop down, right? So in this drop down, you can say like it's last 1 day, last 48 hours, last 28 days. That's like 4 weeks, or you can go for last 3 months, that 90 days, or you can go for last 1 year or lifetime, full lifetime. So everything you can change it here. So it will be you are seeing the data here updated on this particular time frame, right? So here it is showing like updating live. So this is called live streaming. Okay, live stream. This is not live. This is a scheduled one. So when it has been updated, so sometimes later it has been updated. You can see it is like you'll be having always you'll be having this number only, but tomorrow it will be changed. Tomorrow after this timing, so tomorrow it's Jan 30th, it will be changed here. Instead of 34.4, it might be different. So here it's a line chart, right? You will be having the line chart. You are seeing one by day, see all the day by day data. So how the data will be. So like all this data, it's moving from, so from last 28 days, you are seeing the data, right? So then you are having the numbers here. So numbers you are seeing. So this is numbers. Then you are having the chart. So line chart, pie chart, bar chart. See all the different kind of chart you'll be seeing. So this is the numbers. This is live data. So live data you are seeing only one. So something like Spark or something. So it will be moved the data from source system to this particular environment. So this is only having live data. Others are scheduled data only. It will be updated 1 day once. So this is one of the data analytics. Okay, data analytics on the YouTube for the channel owners. Same way, think about business owners. So business owners also will be giving the data in this format only. They can easily understand, right? How the last 48 hours we are performing. Last 48 hours, how we are performing. This is called a near real-time data. Near real-time data, that's what big data environment, your cloud environment will have near real-time data. So like some delay will be there. Okay, some 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 10 seconds or 1 minute delay will be there, but it will be loaded within 1 minute. It will be loaded. It's live data. So all the last 48 hours it will be moved from one to one. So here this is what we'll be having. Okay, so MDM is nothing but master data management. Okay, so if you look at a data warehousing environment, right, for enterprise data warehouse, we'll be storing the same data in multiple places, but we are accessing. So if you look at here Amazon, if you go to the Amazon, you are having addresses, right? So whenever you are having addresses, all the addresses will be listed. But by default it will take one address here. So default address, it will take one address, and remaining address it will keep it here, and then you'll be choosing. Okay, this is what you'll be choosing, the next address, right? But by default it will take one address. How it is taking default address? See how many times you are using. Based on that, it is assuming that okay, this could be the correct address, right? That's what it is taking. That's a master data. That's what. See, whatever the data is, so the same name, your name is there multiple times, or your address is there multiple times. One time you are making the zip code, one time you are not making the zip code, but address will have a correct zip code. Okay, it will take correctly. So that's what. So it will compare all the data in the data warehouse environment. It will keep one master data. So that's what master data management that MDM tool will perform. Okay, so from Informatica we do have different tools like IDQ. So IDQ is Informatica data quality, and MDM is.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. So, what is Informatica? A. Reporting. B. Modeling. C. ETL. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below and subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer.
Like master data management, BDM is nothing but big data management. We have Informatica Powercenter is like a ETL tool, and IICS, Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services, some address doctor. Okay, only address doctor will do address related stuff. It will take all the address related master data. That's what will address doctor. Lot of tools are there from the Informatica to handle this EDC, enterprise data catalog. So different tools are there from the Informatica. So MDM is one of the other tool. It's a very rarely used tool. That's what we'll have the MDM. Okay. So this is the functional architecture of our data warehouse. Previously, we have seen that technically we have seen it will be taking the data from heterogeneous, right? But this is functional one, CRM, customer relationship management data, inventory data, payroll data will be there in SAP mostly, payroll, sales, general ledger, GL data, and production data. See, different kind of source system. This is called heterogeneous sources. From the heterogeneous sources, we'll be taking the data and then we are moving the data to data warehouse environment. Okay, from the data warehouse, then we are doing lot of reporting. Like we are having customer profitability, okay, supplier performance, productivity, strategic performance, closed loop marketing, product profitability, all this kind of different reporting. This is called metrics. Based on the business, we'll be taking different metrics. From the data warehouse, we'll be taking. Okay, we should not take directly from here. If you take directly from here, the system will get impacted. So we cannot take directly from the source system. So every time it will not be available. That's what we are loading the data into data warehouse. From the data warehouse, we have to take it. So that's what we are going with the data warehouse environment. Okay, so now the definition of data warehouse. What is data warehouse? The data warehouse is nothing but definition of data warehouse is nothing but it's a subject oriented. Subject oriented is nothing but your data mart we have, right? That's what subject oriented. Integrated. The subject is nothing but customer. You asked what is subject. So customer one subject, supplier, product, sales, different subject. Subject oriented, integrated. We will integrate the data from heterogeneous sources to data warehouse. Time variant. Time variant means it's a historical perspective, the data will be stored. And non-volatile. Non-volatile means we will never ever overwrite or delete the data. Okay, that's what non-volatile. Collection of data to support management decision making process. To support management decision making process, we are using this data warehouse. So data warehouse is nothing but, if anybody asks what is data warehouse is nothing but it's a subject oriented, integrated, time variant, and non-volatile collection of data to support management decision making process. That's what we are going with. The data warehouse, it is suggested by Inman. So Inman is nothing but he is the father of data warehousing. Okay, father of data warehousing, the person who has invented the data warehousing concept. So during 1980 itself, he has published paper on international journal that okay, instead of having OLTP, we can have one more database called OLAP. We can store the data, we can pull the data from source. Just we are copying it, not deleting it from the source system. But after 5 years, more than 5 years, we will not keep it in the source. Mostly 5 years data only. 5 years also it's a huge volume only, but that's what we'll have it on the. But if I have business like 50 years, all the 50 years of data will be there in data warehousing environment. Okay. So what is data warehouse? So today's trend, this is what the analysis like definition. Data warehouse is nothing but integrated, architected, and periodic copying data from various heterogeneous sources, both inside and outside the enterprise, into a centralized repository. This is called data warehouse. Okay, optimized for reporting and analytical processing. That's what we are going with data warehouse. If somebody asks what is data warehouse, this is what the definition you can tell them. Okay, and why do we need this data warehouse? As I have explained, see, you should not take the data from the OLTP directly. It will get impacted. To avoid the performance issue, and we cannot have all the historical data in one single database, right? So if I have all the 50 years of data here, then it will not perform very optimally. That's what we are moving the data from, copying the data from source to target, and it's a single place. It's a consolidated place, and expense the data expensive in the data warehouse environment and all. It's like you can go for commodity hardware, data lake environment and all. We can go for commodity hardware. So commodity hardware is nothing but it's like the very cheaper hardware you can go for. We'll be storing the data in multiple places. That's what the data, the reliability you can keep it, and it's highly scalable. So you can go for different scalable, and this is what you can have. Next one is called father of data warehousing. First person is called Inmon. Okay, Inmon model. So two different approaches are there in our data warehousing. So what is the two different approach? So Inmon model, he is the father of data warehouse. Both of them are fathers of data warehousing. So Inmon model, he has suggested that, okay, so you can have the source system. That's what your heterogeneous. We can do ETL process and then load the data into data warehouse first. You build the data warehouse first. Okay, from after the entire data warehouse completed, you have built it, and on top of it you can create a data mart. So once after creating the data warehouse, you are creating the data mart based on the subject area. This process we will call it as top down approach. Data warehouse first and then data mart again. Okay, data mart. This process we will call it as top down approach. Who will handle this, all this top down approach, bottom up approach and everything? In real time, the data modeling team, data architect team, they will do it. Okay, they will do it. Say for an example, the very first of all, the companies want to build a data warehouse. The data modeling team or data architect team, they'll be suggesting, okay, these many tables we can have it. What is the logical data model, physical data model, and conceptual data model. So everything they'll be taking, and then this will move to the data mart environment. This is what the Inman model. Okay, after 10 years, Ralph Kimball has come up. Okay, it's taking longer time to create a warehouse and then creating a data mart. After that, creating a report is taking longer time. So we have the data in the source system. We can do ETL process, directly load the data into a data mart here, directly load the data into data mart. So from the data mart, you take the data for our business report, and then you can combine this data mart logically, and then we'll call it as it's a data warehouse. This one we'll call it as bottom up approach. Okay, it's based on the companies, either they will go for top down approach or bottom up approach based on their decisions. So this is what the top down approach, bottom up approach. Top down approach proposed by Inman, and bottom up approach proposed by Ralph Kimball. Okay, you can check some Ralph Kimball book on data modeling. You can get a lot of stuff over there. It's a data warehousing architecture. So which one it will be maintained? Either it's a top down approach, bottom up approach. It's a company's decision. Okay, and also we'll be having some different hybrid model also. Hybrid model is nothing but combination of top down and bottom up approach. I will show you. So if you look at here, this is the Bill Inman model. Okay, it's a top down approaches. This is the source system. We can do ETL process, load the data into data warehouse. Lot of tables should be there in this data warehouse. From the data warehouse, again we are doing the ETL process, and we are moving the data to data mart. Okay, this is called top down approach. Bottom up approach, what is the bottom up approach? So we have the source system. Just to understand what is top down and bottom up approach, just we are moving the data to data mart. From the data mart, data will be moved to the data warehouse environment. So this is what ETL process we will do it. Okay, and hybrid model. So what is the difference between Inman model and Ralph Kimball model? So if you look at here, Inman model, so on the data warehousing, the building of the data warehousing, it is time consuming. Entire data warehouse we have to build, then we have to go for the data mart. But here takes lesser time. You can go for small data mart, and then you can combine it. You can go for call it as data warehouse. It's for individual business areas. This is entire data, the enterprise side. So who will take care of all this? The data modeling team. We are not going to do it. So our ETL process, they load the data into tables. Okay, that tables we have to load. Existing table or the newly created table. This is what the hybrid model. This is bottom-up approach, data marked, then data warehouse, and then this is top-down approach. Okay, so once the data, so both are like hybrid model. So from here also you can take the report. Here also you can take the report. From here also you can take the report. The users can take the data from any data marked or data warehouse. It's based on their requirement. They will go for different approaches also. Okay, so in our data warehousing environment, we do have two different tables. One is dimension table, other one is called fact table. So what is dimension table? The dimension table is nothing but, say for an example, you want to create a data model for a particular company, and from the data model you have to take a report. So you'll be having a table called, this is one dimension table, like product table. So dim underscore product, dim underscore customer, all the customer related data will be available in this customer table. Product information will be there in product table, and your store information will be there in the store table. The employee information table will be there in the employee table. So like this, you'll be having different dimension table. See, all the dimension table is a master table. It's a reference table. So all the dimension table will have a primary key. Dimension will have a primary key and non-measurable attributes. So it will have primary key. So product table will have a product ID as primary key. Account table will have account number as the primary key. User table will have the user ID. But here we have the fact table. Fact table is nothing but sales fact. Okay, sales fact, purchase item fact, invoice fact, some account, so fact account, something. So some different tables will be there. You can make this particular, these primary keys are connected with this fact table to get a meaningful report. So whenever we are going for the source system, in the source we are having, this is a source system. From the source system we are moving the data, and then we are having here all the key as foreign key. So where it will be captured, the source system it will be captured. So in this particular date, in this particular location, in this particular product, okay, you have purchased this product from the particular employee. This is the customer ID. You have purchased these many items. These are all the, so you have purchased 3 items. So one item price is $100, 3 item price is $300. These are like measures. These are like, so this is called a foreign key. So fact table, remember, fact table will have a foreign key. Okay, fact table FF. So fact table will have a foreign key and measurables. This is called foreign keys and measurables. So how it will be related, you can check here. See, if you look at the one particular database, how the data model will be created, you can go here. You have the product in your company, different products are there. So whenever you are adding a new product in your company, so all your product information you'll be making here. In this table, each and every product will be having a primary key. Okay, each and every products we have to have a primary key, and so like a product table, customer table, store table, locations table, dim employees table, dim account table, like this we'll be having a different tables. And that fact table, so you can, the dimension table, fact tables are the naming convention, we are using it in our data warehousing environment, but in our source system it will be maintained like entity relationship model, ER model. Okay, so in this particular date, this particular product, this customer purchased from this particular employee, from this store, from this regions, this quantity. So you can go for quantities. He has purchased 2 quantity, and one quantity is 3,500 unit price, and 7,000 is the value. So that's what you can go for, different price and everything. Okay, so fact table and dimension table, how these tables are connected, that is called data modeling. Okay, we have star schema and snowflake schema. Star schema is nothing but, see, this is one dimension table, this is another dimension table, this is another dimension table. How these dimension tables are related with this fact table. So fact table, centralized fact table, it's looking like a star, right? So that's what we'll call it as star schema. So I want to know country wise top 3 selling product. Country wise top 3 selling product. This is a report I want. So what is the table you have to join? You have to join the country table to get the country information, sales table to take the top 3 products based on the selling, okay, sales value, and then product name. So here only product ID will be there, right? So in this table, you'll be having a product ID, sales table. So you have to join this table. You have to take the product ID with the product name. Okay, this product has been sold very much, top 3 from this particular country. Okay, country wise. So you can take our particular country, you can take. This is called star schema. In this star schema,
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
we have to load the dimension table first. We have to load dimension table first in the data warehouse. Once all the dimension table has been loaded, so then only we have to load the fact table. So second stages, stage by stage, the data will be loaded. So why we are loading the dimension table first? Why we are loading? Why? Because it will have a primary key, right? Dimension will have a primary key, and this is what the foreign key. So if you load this table first, that particular country is not available in this particular table, you'll get integrity constraint violation. So if you want to know the constraints and how this data model, so what is the data model and SQL. See, if you are going for Informatica developer, 50% you'll be working on the SQL only. So remaining 50% working on the Informatica and Unix. So definitely you have to have at least 50% knowledge on the SQL knowledge. Okay. Snowflake schema. What is Snowflake schema? Snowflake is like a data warehouse that we have seen, that the technology. Okay, that's a framework, right? But here it's a Snowflake is nothing but you have the Snowflake environment. Here we have the, if you look at here, these tables like product tables, customer table, and you have the locations table and time table, right? So these are all the dimension table. So these tables are denormalized, but in order to avoid the data redundancy, the duplicate data in this particular dimension table, we will do the normalization. Okay, we will do the normalization process. See, one dimension table, we will do the normalization and then we're doing the normalize of the tables customers to customer type. We are doing it, and this is what we will normalize the table. This is called, to avoid the data redundancy, we will normalize the table, and then this is what the normalization process. Okay, normalization process. To avoid the data redundancy, we are splitting the dimension table into one more dimension table to get additional level of details. So from here to here, this is the primary key, and here, so this is the primary key, and here this is the foreign key. Okay, so if a dimension table contains any foreign key, that means the model, it will be there on the Snowflake. In this Snowflake layer, so you have to load all the outer layer table first, outer layer dimension table. Second stage, once these two has been completed, then second stage you have to load this dimension table. If it doesn't have any dependency, you can load parallelly, and then all the dimension table has been loaded. Third stage you have to load the fact table. Clear? So this is what the star schema and Snowflake schema, two different schema, and galaxy schema. Galaxy schema is nothing but multiple dimension tables are connected with multiple fact tables. So customer type is again, it's a dimension table only. Customer table also dimension table, customer type also dimension table only. Dim underscore customer type, but the relationship we will give in this way. Okay, whenever needed, I'll be taking this customer type ID from here. So what type of customer? It's a prime customer, a new customer, long-term customer, something like that, right? So like this is what you'll go for. So different type of dimension is the slowly changing dimensions. The dimensions are slowly changing dimensions, rapidly changing dimensions. It's very rarely used, and you'll be having the conformed dimensions. Okay, and you'll be having degenerated dimensions. So these are all the dimension table. We have different types of dimension table, and we have the fact tables. Like you have the fact, the factless fact, only it will have the foreign key tables. It's a factless fact, and semi-additive and additive. Okay, so additive fact, semi-additive fact. So these are all the types of fact and dimension table. Okay, so what is data warehouse? As I have explained, it's a structured data will be handled and processed data on the data perspective. Here, structured, semi-structured and unstructured data and raw data will be loaded. Okay, so here schema on write, schema on read. So processing of the data. And expensive. So this is expensive for large data volumes. Here designed for low cost storage. Okay, that's what we have. And agility. So less agile. So agility, you know, right? What is agile? Agile project methods. Agility. It's we can implement some less agile only, but here it's a highly agile. And security, it's a matured one. It's maturing one. So business professional, we will use data warehouse. And data scientist, we are using data lake. So this is a difference between data warehouse and data lake. And business users. If you're going for real-time environment, you'll be having data warehousing roles. So what are the different data warehousing roles? So business users who will be providing the business use cases for us to the report writers. They'll be telling report writers, okay, I need this kind of report either from business analyst, business owner, product owner, system owner, okay, who knows the business very well. They are giving us the requirement. Report writers, the Tableau developer or the different developers, right? So they will be, in order to create this kind of report, I need to have this data model and data in the data warehouse. Then the ETL developer will take the data from source, then they will be moving the data to data warehouse. From the warehouse, report writers will create it. The data modeler will create the data warehousing environment. DBA will handle all the database related request, and we'll be having admin team. So database admin, ETL admin, Informatica admin, report admin, and also you'll be having a testing team, ETL testing, report testing. So different teams will be there. So you have to coordinate with all the teams. Okay. So what are the different ETL tools are there in the market? So these are all the different ETL tools are there in the market. So Informatica Powercenter is one of the leading ETL tools in the market. Okay. You should not tell that Informatica, I'm working on Informatica. You are working on Informatica Powercenter. Informatica is the company name. Informatica Powercenter is the ETL tool. So we have different tools from Informatica. So Informatica Powercenter is one of the tool. And from IBM, we have the data stage. And Microsoft, we have SSIS, SQL Server Integration Service. And from SAP, we have the BODS, BODS. Okay, BODS is nothing but your Business Object Data Services. And IBM Cognos Data Manager, Oracle Data Integrator, SAS Integration Studio, and Oracle Warehouse Builder, Omnisio, Talent, and Apache Nifi, and then Pentaho, Xplenty. So these are all the different ETL tools are there in the market. So based on your customer, they will go for either it's a licensed one or the cloud-based non-licensed one also. Talent and all, the non-licensed one. They will go for open source ETL tool also, right? So based on the customer's need, they will go for. If you learn Informatica Powercenter, so working with other ETL tool is very easy. Working with other cloud technology is also very easy. AWS, you are going for AWS, you are creating a ETL pipeline in AWS, that's very easy. Okay, so everything is same only. That's what we can handle it. So popular data visualization tool, already I have explained this Tableau, Power BI, ClickView or ClickSense, and Cognos, SAP BO, Business Object Zoom Data, Google Looker, SSRS, SQL Server Reporting Service. That's why we have now it's a Power BI. Okay, OBI, Oracle Business Intelligence, Spotfire, MicroStrategy. So these are all the different data visualization tools are there in the market. Okay, so this is what the concept of data warehousing and data lake and ETL pipeline. So what is ETL? So ETL is nothing but extraction, transformation, and loading. So what is Informatica Powercenter? It's a ETL tool. It will transfer the data from one database to another database. It's a data integration tool. It will extract the data from source, transform the data into single format, and based on the business logic, and load the data into data warehouse. What is business logic? What kind of logic it will do? Say for an example, you may get the data from different countries, different currencies, different languages, right? The different countries regulations. So you have to combine all the data and then you have to produce the single data warehouse environment. Okay, for a company, it's like a single currency only, right? Single currency. They will go for, normally they'll go for dollar, US dollar. They will project all the values in the dollar and then they will go for the reports. The different kind of report. Even they do have country-wise report also. That's based on the reporting. So how they will take the reporting. Okay, we'll go for Informatica Powercenter, the architecture. So how the Informatica Powercenter will looks. if you are going for any real-time project, so this is our source system. You assume that this is our source system. You have the source, you have one particular database or heterogeneous sources. So you have to read the data from source and write the data into data warehouse or the target. Read the data from source, load the data into target by using any other tool called Informatica Powercenter. You assume that. So this is what the Informatica Powercenter. You assume that Informatica server, Informatica Powercenter server. So the server, say for an example, this is what our source. So always we have to read the data from source. It's like a heterogeneous sources and load the data into target. Okay, target. It's a database or it's a flat file or data lake. Anything is fine. Always we have to read the data from source. It's a RDBMS or flat file or anything. Always we will read the data from source. Read the data and always we will write the data into target. Okay, we will read the data from source. We will write the data into target, our data warehouse environment. Our data warehouse are inside the data warehouse also, source to target, it will be different. And this is what always it will read the data. That's what select operation. Always it will write the select operation here. So in the target, we'll go for insert or update. Mostly insert and update. We will not go for physical delete. So this is what we will do. And this is what our Informatica Powercenter server. Okay, we'll have the server. So in real time, the server is running on, we have 10.4 or 10.5 our server. So real time, the server will be running on Unix environment or Linux environment. So that's why I asked you to learn Unix and Linux for getting the file in Unix server or Linux server, and you'll be processing the different kind of automations. You'll be writing some script. So that's what you have to learn, this Unix commands. Okay, so Informatica, what is the use of Informatica Powercenter server? It will read the data from source and then it will write the data into target. So this is what the ETL process it will do. Okay, so we do have one particular database here. We will call it as it's a repository. Repository is nothing but the database. It will hold all the metadata. In the installation, you should have created database. In the database, you should have created one metadata, that metadata repository. This is called repository. Okay, it will hold all the, it's also one of the database only. You should have created in Oracle, right? Oracle 11G, you should have created something called InfoRep or something. So any name you can create it. It will hold all the metadata. So what is metadata? It's a data about data. Metadata information is nothing but, say for an example, if the Informatica is reading the data from here and writing the data into this table. Okay, it's reading the data from this table and then loading the data into this table. So at how many record it has been loaded. So what is the size of this table, right? So what is the logic of the table? So what is the status of the Informatica run? So everything will be stored in this repository. That's why first of all you should have created Informatica repository. On top of the database you are having the Informatica server. Okay, Informatica server, that's what you have, repository. So repository, you have to connect repository to Informatica server by using repository services, repository service. So this is what we'll be using, the repository service. Repository service, the service is the server process. It is the interface between the repository and Informatica server. Okay, who will provide information to repository? We have to provide information to repository, right? Okay, you do this kind of activity, you do this kind of activity, you go and read the data from the source and you do the all the activities here. So that will be given by Informatica client. If you are the Informatica developer, you will be working on the Informatica client only, not in server. Server only one place, it will be available already. You have to get the domain name, domain, host name, then the port number, username, password, all this you have to get it, right? So that's what you should have get from your Informatica admin team or your lead, you have to get your project teammates. You have to get it if you are going for real-time project. Okay, this is what Informatica client. So in your system, if you are the developer, Informatica client only you are going to work on. So Informatica client will be running on Windows machine only, not on the Unix. In your system, the Informatica client will be installed. By using this domain, host and port number, you'll be connecting from client to server and you are defining the source and target. We are moving the data from source to target.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. Which is the reusable component in Informatica? A. Workflow. B. Maplet. C. Session. D. Mapping. Comment your answer below and subscribe to our channel to know the right answer.
Okay, so here we have the 4 client tools. The first client tool is called repository manager. We should have configured this repository manager, and designer, D, workflow manager, and monitor. Okay, these are all the 4 client tools are available in the Informatica client. As a ETL developer, here this is what the ETL developer. As a ETL developer, we are sitting here and we are creating the ETL logic. Okay, we are sitting here and then creating the ETL logic by connecting the repository, and then we are going to start the workflow. Whenever you are starting the workflow, it should read the data from source and then write the data into target based on the business logic. So here we have one process called integration service. This integration service is responsible for data movement. So this is the server process. It will read the data from source. It will handle 3 threads. One is reader thread and transformation thread and writer thread. Transformation thread and writer thread. So reader thread will read the data from source. Transformation thread will transform the data, and writer thread will write the data into target. This is what the architecture. This architecture we will call it as SOA, service oriented architecture. Okay, in our environment we are going to keep, you can keep Oracle itself as the source and target. Okay, this is the architecture setup file. We are going to have it. If not, please follow it and then you can create it. So this is the different schema. Schema is nothing but logical division of your database. Okay, in your system you have Oracle 11g itself, it's available. This is the database, and this is what your source, this is what our system schema. It's nothing but admin or system or sys. The username for this is called sys or system. Okay, and password is nothing but the password we have given while installing the software. Say for an example, it's admin. By using this, we can configure other schema. So you used to have one schema called HR, and you can create any other schema here. Say for an example, I can create one more schema called core. So please make a note of it, everything. This is very, very important for our practice. Make a note of it. We are going to make HR schema as the source. Schema is nothing but subset of our database. For our convenient, we are splitting the database into 3 schema. We are not going to disturb this admin schema. Okay, we are not going to disturb this admin schema. It will hold all the metadata information. Okay, we are going to maintain this HR schema as the source schema. We are going to make this as a source. So please make a note of it. And core schema is the target. Through Informatica, we are going to read the data from source and write the data into target. So some of you may have SQL Server also, SQL Server database also. So if you have SQL Server or any other database, keep that database for target. Okay. So what is Informatica? Informatica will read the data from source and load the data into target, right? So I'm using HR schema as source and the core schema as target. What is core schema? We will create it. Don't worry. This is Informatica ETL. This Informatica ETL will extract the data from HR schema tables, load the data into core schema table. Okay. We should do like this? No. If you have SQL Server, say for an example, this is SQL Server or Teradata or anything, this database, SQL Server you have, you can make Oracle as source, SQL Server as target. No issues. You can take the data from HR schema, you can do the ETL process and load the data into SQL Server database. That's also fine. For Informatica, HR schema table as source, SQL Server table as the target, and you do the ETL process here. Okay, clear on this? That's what we will do. In your system, please open this SQL developer. Definitely you should have the admin user. So click on this plus symbol. If you do not have any admin user, no issues. Okay, click on the plus symbol. The name you can give admin. Okay, so just I'm giving like admin 1, but in your system you can give it like admin. The username will be system, the password will be admin. This password is nothing but while you are installing the software, you have given one password in the Oracle, enter password and confirm password, right? So that's the password here. host name will be localhost, port number will be 1521, SID or service name will be XE. This is what you have to give, and click on test here. The connection should be succeeded. Okay, so this is just give the admin connection. Click on connect, it will get connected. Okay, so once you have connected, you'll be having this admin schema. So please establish the connection of admin. Okay, then if you go here, if you type like this, select star from all underscore users. Okay, this is actually metadata table. All underscore users. This is one of the schema. Okay, this is the metadata table. It will list down all the users. So you should have this HR schema already in your system. So please check whether you have HR schema in your system. Definitely you should have the HR schema. Okay, normally the HR schema will be on locked state. You have to unlock it. How to unlock? Alter username. Username is HR. Identified by HR. Identified by is nothing but password. Account unlock semicolon. Just you can execute it. It will show like account has been altered. That means HR schema you have unlocked it. Then after unlocking it, you can go to the plus symbol. You can connect the HR schema from SQL developer. The underlying already HR schema is available. This underlying HR schema is available. You can see here HR, and you can use username is HR and password is HR. Just you have to take. So this is like username is HR and password is HR. So that we have to give HR. So why HR? That's what username is HR, password is HR. Okay, password is HR. Test it. It should be succeeded. Then you'll be getting this particular connection. Okay, if you look at here, this is what it will be opened. Then you'll be having 7 tables in the. If you go to the tables, you can have the 7 tables. In my system, we have many tables, but in your system, we have 7 tables. See what are the tables? You'll be having an employees table. You'll be having departments table. Okay, departments table. We'll be having locations table. So like this, you'll be having some 7 tables. We will make these tables a predefined tables as source. Okay, and we will create some tables here in core schema. We will create the tables. So what table we will create? First we will create a core schema. Schema we will create, and then we will create a core schema. Okay, so how to create a core schema? Just to follow this. Go to admin schema, execute the statement, create username, that's core, identified by core, semicolon, execute it, control enter. Okay, it will be executed in your system. You'll be having user has been created, but in my system it will not create. User already exists. Okay, since in my system user is already exist, I'm getting this particular error, but in your system it should have created. After creating this, since we have created this user, we have to provide the access, DB access. So how to grant DBA to core. Okay, execute it. It will be DBA access will be granted to core. Once this has been executed in the admin schema, granted the permission, then click on the plus symbol, establish the connection from SQL developer to underlying core schema tables. The name is, you can give core, username is core, that's what we have given, and password also core. Just you can mention that test it, the status should be succeeded. Then connect it will get connected. So this is what it will get connected. Okay, so in core schema we are going to make HR schema table as source. Select star from employees table. This table we are going to make it like a source. Okay, employees table as source, and then T underscore employees table. Here in core schema, we are going to create one table called T underscore table, T underscore employees. Here we will create one table called T underscore employees. So what is the table name? T underscore employees we will create. So what is this table, right? Just to denote the target table. So how to create normally the table in core schema? You have to create in this way, like create table name. Like this you have to create, right? Table name, so open bracket you have to create with all the employee ID, all this you have to create. Okay. So instead of creating a table like this, go to admin. Here you can create a table by using admin schema. You can create a table same like employees table. You can create the same structure of employees table in HR core schema tables. How to create it? You execute the statement, create table name. Just I'm creating table in core schema. Create table. Where you have to execute? In admin. Instead of executing like this, I'm executing like this. Create table name T underscore employees as select star from HR.employees where 1 equal to 2. Why am making 1 equal to 2? If you are using like this, since I'm in admin schema, admin will have access to any other schema tables. Remember, admin will have access to any other schema tables. Since it is admin super user, from admin you can access any other schema tables provided schema name dot table name. If you are mentioning like select star from the table name, you are accessing from admin schema the HR schema tables. Okay, so from here you are accessing this table. What is that where 1 equal to 2? 1 will not be equal to 2, right? So if you are mentioning like 1 equal to 2 or 1 equal to 0 or 2 equal to 3 or some unsatisfied condition here, then if you are running it, it will not fetch any data. You are getting one empty table structure. So with this table structure, we are creating the table in core schema. What is the table name? T underscore employees. So execute the statement in admin, you can able to create one table in core schema. If you go there and select star from the table name T underscore employees, you will not have any table. So any data. So normally this is what in my system it is there, but I will truncate table name. So truncate table name, just I execute it, it will be truncated. So truncate is nothing but we are erasing all the data in the table. So this is what in your system it will be available. Are you clear? What is admin schema? What is HR? What is core? We are going to make HR as source, core as target. And you can create n number of tables in core. For the 7 tables, you can create 7 tables in target based on the same statement. We can load it. Okay, are you clear? So what is our source? We are going to make HR schema, employees table as source, core schema, T underscore employees as a target. Through Informatica, we are going to read the data from HR schema and load the data into T underscore employees. As of now, T underscore employees, we do not have any data. Okay, if you are clear, then I will go to the next topic. That's what SQL developer. This is Oracle database, right? SQL developer is a interfacing tool. It's a GUI tool. It's a graphical user interface. So here we have the SQL developer, right? Here we have the SQL developer. SQL developer will not store any data. It is not a database. So here, which is the database in this? So this is the database and this is SQL developer. Through SQL developer, we are connecting this database and fetching the data. Just we are viewing the data. Whether this SQL developer will store the data? No. Where the data will be stored? On the database only. Where it is taking the space? In our system space only. That's what Oracle software will allocate the space. Okay. Now I will go to the Informatica, the client tool. So Informatica client tool, I will go to this. So in our Informatica, we do have the client component. See, 4 client component in Informatica. We have Informatica Powercenter client component. We have the 4 tools. What is that? So repository manager. So you should have this repository manager. See, first tool is called repository manager. By using this repository manager, you can do all the admin related task. What is admin related task? If you are an Informatica admin team, you'll be working more often in this repository manager only. Repository manager, designer, workflow manager, and monitor. So this is the definition. Repository manager, designer, workflow manager, and monitor. So repository manager. So what is repository manager? Whenever we want to do admin related task, we can do it in the repository manager. That's what the repository manager we can do. Folder creation. You can create a folder for a particular project and you can delete the folder. Say for an example here, I'm just connecting it. So while connecting, this is what you should get it. So if it is not getting, what you have to do? So while starting your Informatica, what you have to do? That they have explained. See, always in your system, the Informatica server, it will get shut down once you are shut your machine. So whenever you want to start Informatica, you have to start this services. So go to services.msc or type services here. Okay, simply type service and go to any service and type Informatica, type run this Informatica 10.2.0 or 10.4.0. So this particular service you have to start it. After starting the service, wait for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so just we are going to do one folder. So I'm going to create one folder called, I'm going to create the folder, create it. So I'm going to create, go to folder here, the repository manager, create a folder called, see, whatever the folder name you want to create, you create it. I'm just creating like, so Intellipaat, just I'm creating like INTE, click on OK. Folder has been successfully created, click on OK. Just we will do only folder creation in this repository manager. If you want to do any other task like metadata information, access and privileges, XML import and export, historical run status, everything you can do it in repository manager, where you can do, say for an example, I want to go here. If you click here, you can see the previous workflows are there, right? Previous workflow. I want to export this workflow. You can right click export as XML. This is what you can export it. So after completing this development, if I want to move this code to other environment, like you can move the code to QA or production or UAT or any other environment, just you have to export as XML and then you have to deploy it in the target environment, destination environment. Okay, so this is our exporting it, and then you can see here last saved, what is the object type, object name, everything, right? And you can see if you select one particular workflow, it will show you when it has been executed. Okay, when it has been executed, whether the workflow run status is succeeded, failed, what is the error code, and everything can able to see here, right? So you can see when it has been finally executed. You can see a session log. You can see session has been succeeded or failed. So that information also you can see. Source success rows, source failed rows, target success rows, everything can able to see here. So this is what metadata. So from where it is taking, from the metadata repository only. This repository only, OPP underscore tables, right? From there only it is taking, and then it's showing here as a GUI tool. Okay, this is what metadata. You can take historical run status and XML import and export, the access and privileges, metadata information, folder creation and deletion, everything. So this is called repository manager. What is repository manager? Is the tool where we want to do admin related task. Okay, next one tool called designer. If you open this folder, if you have connected, then if you click on the designer, automatically designer will be opened now. So in the designer, we can do three things. So what you can do in three things. One is source definition, target definition, and business logic, that's mapping. Okay, designer. What is the designer tool? If you are the developer, you will be working this designer most frequently, like 70% you will be working on designer only. Okay, 70% of the time you are working on the designer tool only. Okay, source definition, target definition, and mapping. Okay, this is what you are working on the designer. Okay, so if you open the designer, if you look at here, open the designer, you can open the folder. Okay, just I'm opening the folder. So this folder, I'm just opening it. You can see here, this is the folder has been opened, but as of now, nothing is there in this folders. Okay, there is no source, there is no target, and there is no mapping and all. So in designer, you'll be having 5 component. What is the 5 component? You can see this 5 component. So very first time, so kindly make a note of it. See, first tool is called, inside the designer, you'll be having 5 client tool. What is the 5 client tool? Source analyzer, target designer, transformation developer, maplet designer, and mapping designer. How many tools? 5 client tools. What are the 5 client tools? Source analyzer. By using the source analyzer, we can define the source. Okay, sources might be, you can get the sources from relational database table, flat file, COBOL file, XML file, Snowflake, or different sources. You can get the data. If you look at the source analyzer, sources will be opened. If you click on target here, target will be opened here, target. So transformation, maplet, mapping. Okay, these two tools, like a transformation developer and maplet, is the reusable component, very rarely used. I will explain this reusable component after some time, but as of now, we are going to take only source analyzer, target designer, and mapping. In source analyzer, we have to define the source. Okay, we have to define the source. How can I define the source? Go to source analyzer. You can go to the top. You can import from database table, import from file, import from COBOL file, import from XML. So that you have to follow. Anything Amazon S3. So anything you can take from Power Exchange. So all this you can take it from here, cloud and everything. So that's what you can import the source. First of all, here what we are going to do, import from the HR schema, sources HR schema, Oracle database. Oracle database is a database, right? RDBMS. Okay, that's what we are going to do. Source definition, target also database table, or you can create a file, or you can create XML file, or you can go for anything else here. Okay, thing else here, and then you can do the mapping. This is called mapping. So these two are transformation developer. It's like a function in Oracle. So what is the use of function in Oracle? It's a reusable component, right? For the reusability, you'll go for function in Oracle. So that's what here also in Informatica, a single transformation, if you want to reuse, then you can go for the reusable transformation. If 2 or 3 transformation created a single component and it will be reused, multiple mapping, that's a maplet. Okay, first of all, we are going to make source, target, and mapping. So this is the 5 component in designer. Okay, so now after that I can go to the workflow manager. In workflow manager, you can do 3 things. So what is this? You can create a session, you can create a connection, you can create a workflow. So what is this connection, workflow, and everything? For each and every mapping, you have to create a session. So what is source connection, what is target credentials, and workflow. So in the top level, workflow will contain a session, session will contain a mapping, mapping will have source and target. Okay, so first you can go to the workflow designer. In the workflow manager, you'll be having 3 tools. What are the 3 component? Task developer, worklet designer, workflow designer. 3 components. What is that? Task developer. It's a reusable component. If I want to create a single session to be reused, then you can go for the task developer. If I want to create worklet designer, it's a 2 or 3 components, 2 or 3 sessions, more than one session you want to reuse, or entire workflow you want to reuse, you can go for the worklet. So what is task developer? Reusable component. Single session can be reused. What is workflow designer? Worklet designer? It's a reusable. What is workflow designer? Here you can create a workflow. Okay. So if you have more folders, at a time only one folder will be opened. Okay, only one folder. Which folder is opened now? This folder. So whichever the folder you are seeing in the bold color, so that's got opened. At a time only one folder. Say for an example, if I open this folder, then this folder will automatically close. If I open this folder automatically closed. Okay, this is what we'll be having it. Okay, these are all the component in the workflow. Then workflow monitor. See, the fourth component is called workflow monitor. In this monitor, you can monitor the session, monitor the workflow, watch the session log. Okay, whether it got succeeded or failed, how many record has been read from the source and target. Okay, what is the record per second? The throughput. Throughput is nothing but record per second, and you can take the session log. Session log is very, very important. You can take the session log. So these details you can take it from workflow monitor. Okay, so what is that? Running, succeeded, failed, aborted, all this. Monitor it. Okay, you can monitor it. Okay, in order to create a successful mapping, okay, successful workflow, you have to follow these 7 steps. Please make a note of it. So what is that? First, you have to define the source. Where you can define? In source analyzer. Where is the source analyzer? In designer. So first 3 steps are in designer. Go to designer. You can define the source in source analyzer, target in target designer, mapping in mapping designer. Clear? So that's what here I have given. Okay, once you have created a mapping, you have to create a workflow. Go to workflow manager. In workflow designer, you go and create a workflow. Once workflow created, you create a session and then provide the connection. You run it. Once you can run it, you can see the monitor. So these are all the 7 steps you have to follow. If you are clear, we will create one Informatica mapping to load the data from this source to target. Source, we are going to make HR schema table. That is our employees table. Target is our core schema table, T underscore employees table. Clear? Very first step, what we need to do? Source definition. So what is our source? We are going to take the data from HR schema employees table. Go to source here, import from database. Initially, in your system, there won't be any connection. You have to create the connection by clicking on these 3 dots. Click on 3 dots. You will not have these 2 connections. Okay, these 2 ODBC connection will not be there. Data source will not be there. Go to add and go to this Oracle wire protocol. Source is our Oracle, right? Oracle wire protocol. If source is SQL server, you can use the same connection. Whatever the corresponding connection, you can take it. Click on the Oracle wire protocol. Click on finish. Here it will be opened. The name you can give it like Oracle underscore SRC. Just I'm giving that source connection. Local host is the host name. This is the Oracle, right? 1521 is the Oracle port number. Service name is XE, Express Edition. So this is the detail you have to give. What is the data source name? Oracle underscore SRC. Host name will be local host. Port number will be 1521. Service name will be XE. then click on OK. So in my system already it has been created. I'm not giving that OK, but you can give OK. I'm just canceling it. Same way, add one more time for Oracle target. Go to again Oracle wire protocol, click on finish, name like Oracle underscore TGT, go down and then you can see local host. Okay, local host port number is 1521 XE. We have created the same connection for two things, but username password will be different. So you can click on OK. The two connection will be created. You can click on OK here. Choose Oracle SRC here. See, connect to database, ODBC data source name. You can choose Oracle underscore SRC. Username will be HR. Tab. Click on tab. Owner name. Owner name is nothing but a schema name. And then password is HR. Okay, so you have given this HR. Click on connect button. So now the Informatica from the HR, it will connect on the underlying database. It will bring all the tables and views and synonyms in the HR schema. So in your system, you can see only 7 tables. The tables, you can see the table called employees. Okay, choose the employee table as source. Are you clear? We have imported the table structure, only table structure, not data. What is this color? It's a primary key. This is foreign key. This is the self join in the database level. These are all the column names in the table. These are all the data types. These are all the length, the precision and scale. We have imported employees table in the source analyzer. Go to target. Okay, import from database. What is the ODBC connection I have to choose here? So what is the username I have to give? Tab, schema name is core, password is core. Are you clear? If you click on connect in your system, it will show you one table. Okay, T underscore employees. If it is not showing any table, that means you haven't created this table in core schema. Okay, if you have created, so that particular table will be available here. Choose the corresponding table. In your system, you will be having only one table, but here we are seeing a lot of table. I have already created it. Okay, just I'm seeing this table T underscore employees. Click on OK. The table structure will be imported. So you can see here T underscore employees Oracle. See, all these columns will be there. There is no primary key, foreign key here, just a data type and the length and precision here you can able to see. The 2 step we have completed. Third step, we will go to the mapping. So go to the 5th component, mapping designer. Drag and drop source into mapping. Okay, mapping name you have to provide. Mapping name always it should be a M underscore. The name is called mapping name M underscore employees data. Just I'm giving like employees data. Mapping has been created. Once mapping created, you get drag and drop source here. So always source will have a source qualifier. So this is called source qualifier. What is the use of source qualifier, right? The source qualifier, it converts source data type into Informatica native data type. What is the primary task of source qualifier? It converts source data type into Informatica native data type. So source data type might be a number or it might be Oracle, SQL Server, DB2, flat file or anything, right? It converts any data type into Informatica native data type. So inside Informatica, we'll be using only these data types. Okay. And always you can have the target on the right hand side. You can drag and drop target on the right hand side. In Informatica, there is no coding, everything like transformations and just drag and drop. You can right click on this particular link, drag and drop from here to here. You can connect it. Okay, you can drag and drop, you can connect it. So you can control yes, it should be valid. Only valid, you can create a session. Okay, so now it has been created, right? So we have completed 3 steps. The 4th step, go to workflow designer, go to workflows, create WF underscore employees data. So just to create a name like employees data, then create a session. So you'll be having a session icon here. Okay, so look at here I will be having, or you can go to the task and create a task, but I will be creating a task here, session. So click on here, you choose the mapping name, corresponding mapping name. The session will be created. So what is session? In order to run the mapping, you need to have a session. So then next step, we have to provide the connections, but in your system, there won't be any new connections. Since in my system already I have created, in your system, go to connections here. Please follow the same step. Go to connections here, go to relational connection, So there won't be any connection in your system. Go to new connection. What is the database I have to choose for source? I have to choose Oracle. Okay, click on OK. You can make it like Oracle underscore SRC. Username will be HR. Password is HR. Connection string is XE. Okay, this is the source connection you have to give. Password will not be visible. Same way, you have to create one more connection for Oracle underscore TGT. Go to new. Our target also Oracle. Create a new connection here. Okay, Oracle underscore TGT core and XE. The both connection will be created. In your case, if SQL service target, how to create? Create a new connection. Instead of Oracle, choose SQL server as target. You have to provide all the details here. Okay, that's what we'll be creating, a target SQL server connection. Okay, so we have created all the connection. Close it. Double click on the mapping. Go to mapping, the fourth tab. Click on source.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Source is always a reader. Relational reader is nothing but database reader. Go to Oracle underscore SRC. You choose Oracle underscore SRC as the source. Okay, relational, this connection.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. So, what is Informatica? A. Reporting. B. Modeling. C. ETL. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. And subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer.
For table, we will have connection. For a file, we'll be having path. Go to target. Click on the target here. Relational writer. As I told, target is always a writer. Okay. Source is always a reader. Target is always a writer. So writer, and you can see here the Oracle underscore SRC. It is pointing to SRC, right? You have to choose like TGT. Why? Because it will point to core schema. Go a little bit down. If you want, you can truncate target table option. Why we are enabling it? Before loading the data into the table, it will truncate. We should not do for all the tables. If the table is incremental table, don't enable it. For our academic purpose, we are truncating it and loading it. In your real-time scenario, you should not truncate and load. Make a note of it. Okay. So everything we have provided the connection. Go to config object. Go a little bit down in the error handling. Make the stop on error equal to 1. What is the meaning of stop on error equal to 1? If any one error, it will stop the execution. That's what stop on error 1. Go to general. You can make fail parent if this task fails. What is the meaning of this one? Fail parent. If this task fails, fail the parent. Parent is workflow. Okay, that's what we have to provide. Control yes, the workflow should be valid. So we have completed all the 6 steps. First 3 steps in the designer, next 3 steps on the workflow manager. Then right click on the white space here. You can start workflow. Before starting, I will show you, we will not have any data. So we, as of now, we do not have any data in the target table. In the core T underscore employees, I do not have any table, any data. So you can go here, right click, start workflow. It will load the data into this. It will open. This is what the monitor. I told, right? What is the use of monitor? Monitor will show you. You can monitor it, whether it has been completed, succeeded, or failed. So how many record read from the source and everything you can able to see here. It is connecting. So it will open this folder here. Okay, not yet triggered. Now only it is getting triggered. So one folder is available. You can see a right click, go to get run properties. You can go to task view. Okay, don't go for Gantt chart view, go for task view. So normally this Gantt chart view, the support team they will go for. So they will have all the run here. Everything will they should be seeing in green color. If anything like orange color or red color, they will be making like, okay, it has been failed. So it got succeeded. Look at here, it got succeeded, right? The task view you can see succeeded, and you can see source applied rows is 107. Then here also target applied rows 107. There is no rejected rows. If there is any rejection or failure, this session will get failure. Okay, you can right click, you can get the session log, you can see the session log, how the session is running. Okay, you'll be having a reader thread, writer thread, all this thread. So these are the 3 threads I have explained: reader thread, writer thread, and the transformation thread. That's what you are mapping. Okay, so now you can go and check here. You should have data should have loaded. This is what one-to-one table load. We have done data. We have did data load from employees table to T underscore employees table, which is in that same database. but different schema, different types of load in Informatica. The first one is called table to table load. Okay, then second one we are going to learn about flat file to table. Okay, we are going to take the data from flat file to table, and third one you can go for table to flat file. Okay, flat file, and the fourth one we are going to see the fixed width, and then we are going fixed width we will complete in flat file itself. Here we'll go for indirect file loading. So what is table to table load? Say for example, source is your table, then this is what your target table. Okay, so normally we used to take the data from our HR table. So we have taken the data from HR table, load it into a core tables, right? Or you can load it into a SQL Server database, or you can take the SQL Server resource, target is some other tables. So this is a table to table load. You are taking the data from employees table, you are loading the data into T underscore employees. So this is what you'll be having, table to table load. Okay, flat file to table load. So instead of this table, so if your customer is giving you the files, you have to take the data from a file. So from a file, you have to read the data and you can load it into a table in our data warehousing table. So what could be the file format? The file format could be .csv, comma separated file, .txt, .xml file, .json file. So whatever it may be. So you can take the data from all this different combination, not .xls. So up to 10.2, it will not read the data from Excel sheet. So Informatica cannot able to read the data by Excel from the Excel file. Okay. So if your customer is sending you the Excel file, you have to have some mechanism to convert that Excel file into CSV file. We have to read the data from that file. So this is what flat file to table that we will see now, and table to flat file. So you can take the data from a table, load it into a flat file. That is also possible. So different types of load will be available. So you can complete whatever the types you want. Say for example, you can go here. So table to table load. Just you can take the data from a HR schema, that employees table. This is what Informatica. Load it into core that you have already completed. Flat file. This is file. This is table. Core dot T underscore employees. It's a delimited file, fixed width file, any file. So that you can read it and then load it into a table. Or you can extract the data from a table, send it to a third-party vendor through file. So that's also possible. Then file to file also possible. So you can ask me why file to file we need to do. It's coming like a file. Then if it's going like a file, why we want to do? So in our Informatica level, we will be adding some more data, and they will be doing some extra concept like you are doing that encryption, decryption, all this. You might be doing it. That's what file to file load you will do. If you are transferring the data from one server to another server, no need of Informatica. You can run some shell scripting. It will move the data from one server to another server. Then you have the indirect file loading. So if you have same structured file, if you want to read the data, you can go for indirect file. First, we will take the flat file to table. So how do I take the flat file? Normally, who will place the flat file? Okay. Are we using FTP or PuTTY here? No. So here, this is our Informatica server is running on Windows. So you'll be using only Windows command. Okay. In real time, you'll be using that PuTTY or anything. Okay. You will be SSH. So do SSH and then go to the remote server. You can do list down the go to the particular path, list down the files. So whatever the files are available, you can check it and then you can load it. Okay. Just here, we are simply the Informatica server is running on Windows machine. We cannot use Unix command. Okay. So now I will go to the source. Source is the flat file, right? Source is a file system. Am I correct? So second scenario we are going with the flat file to table. First I will go with the delimited file. What is the delimited file? So who will give the file? Our source team will give us the file. But here we are extracting the file. We are generating the file. So first of all, you have to generate the file. You can go here, select start from employees. You can see. So this is what the data you have. Okay, this is what the data you have. So employee ID, first name, last name, all this you have. Then you have the department ID, all this. So I want to convert this table data into a file. How can I convert? You can right click, go to export, click on export. The format you choose CSV, comma separated early file. Go to file. In the file, you can go to the path where we have to keep the file. So go to C drive, Informatica 10.2.0 server, InfoShad, SRC files. Up to this InfoShad is the your admin directory, right? Root directory. So you need to keep the file here only. Where we have to keep the file? In the SRC files. The SRC files. Here you have to keep the file. Okay. So where this path has been defined. I think last time I thought of telling you. So go here, go to this admin console. You choose the integration service. Go to the process. You can see here. So what is the root directory? So root directory we have mentioned like C drive Informatica 10.2.0 server infra. So this is the parameterized path. If you are telling that $root directory, it will go to this path. $PM source file directory. What is source file directory? Root directory / src files. So this is the file path / src files. So this is the path. You can go to the src files. So this is called a source file directory, has been defined. Okay, so you can keep the file here. So go here, go to src files. Here I can make the file name is source underscore flat file underscore employees. Just I'm making that employees. Okay, employees start CSV. So you can make it. Click next. It's showing like okay, already exists. Going with yes, finish it. So one file will be created now. Refresh it. So you can see the timestamp. Okay. So today only we have created this file. Just you can right click. You can click on edit with notepad. So you can see all the data is available, right? All the data are available. So this is the file. Normally the file will be placed by your source team. They will place the file on daily basis or whatever it may be. You can go to this particular, this is the one, right? You can check it, you have the data file. Okay, from this file we have to read the data. So this is the file to table node. We are keeping the file in source file directory. So now I will go to the Informatica designer. Okay, so go to source. The source you can clear all this, clear all. Go to sources. So here I have to use import from file. Second option, import from file. So what is the path you have to go with? Source file directory. You can go to this particular path. So this is the file you have to place it. Normally we will not keep the file in our desktop. So in real time, if you are keeping the file in the desktop, after that you are not, so you are going for some leave, then I cannot access your desktop file, right? So that's why we will place the file everything in a centralized repository, centralized path. So I'm going with instead of data files, you choose all files. The file name will be displaying. I can take this is the file. You can give a okay. Then this is the first wizard we will be getting it. If the source is a file, this is the first wizard you will be getting it. So here you can import field name from first line. Just you can enable it. Import field name from first line. So this is a delimited file. I'll fix it with file. This is a delimited file. Delimited means each and every field is comma separated or some other delimiters. So it's a single delimiter file. So we'll be start the import rows. So second line. That means you are enabling the import field name from first line. So if you are not enabling, then you'll be having the header. If you are enabling it, Informatica will take okay, this is a header, and I have to read from the second record only. That's what it will take. Okay. So click on next. So here you have to indicate the delimiter. So what is the delimiter you are going to use it? The delimiter is you can give what is the delimiter? It's a comma delimiter, right? So you can have the comma delimited file. So comma delimited file. You can see this is the comma delimiter. If you are going for any other delimiter, so that other delimiter name you have to mention here. Okay. But here it's only comma. Just you can mention that. If you are unchecking this comma, what will happen? Look at here. So everything is taking like a single column. Check that comma. It is making every column, right? That's what comma delimited file. So text qualifier, double quotes. If you go and check here, the data, we are saying double quotes on the data. So double quotes on the data, right? So whatever you have the character, that you have the double quotes. That's what text qualifier. So why we are using this double quotes? Even inside, if you have any space, or even inside you have the comma, Informatica will not take this as the data. So this complete one, it will take it as one particular data. Okay. It will not consider this comma for delimiter. This is the comma for delimiter. Within double quotes, it will not consider this as delimiter. Okay. Just we can take this one. Okay. This is what we'll be having it. Double quotes, all this. And then you can go for next page. Next page is very, very important. So here you have to give all the columns. Okay. Each and every columns data type. So first column, numeric, yes. Second column, it's a text. Third column, it's a text. Fourth column, it's a text. So this is the column you have to remember. See, this column you have to make sure that it's not a text column. It's not a numeric column. It's a text column. Why? So we have two dots in it. So we have the two dots, right? So that's why it is like text column. Okay, not a numeric. Okay, make sure that it's a text. It is a flat file. The next one is date and time. So this is date and time. So whenever you are giving date and time in the input, you have to make sure that what is the file format, the date and time format. The format of the date and time is dd-mon-yy, dd-mon-yy. So that we have to make sure in one place. I will show you where we have to mention. Next one is job ID is like a text only. Salary like a numeric only. Next one is you can go for numeric. It's a commission percentage. Commission percentage also numeric only. Next one is manager ID. So here it's numeric. This is also numeric. So you can finish it. And then this is the definition of source it has been created. You can see here. Source is flat file underscore employee is flat file, right? Giving the file format as flat file. Source format is flat file. You can double click on it. Go to properties. In the properties, you have to define the file format. File format, what is that? It's a dd-mon-yy. It's a file format. Am I correct? So just you can mention it here, format string. Click on OK. So apply. OK. Save. Okay, we have defined the source. We have defined the source. We have defined target. We can take the same table. T underscore employees itself we can take. So we are not going to do any changes here. Just we can take here. Go to mapping. Mapping here. So m underscore source underscore flat file underscore employees. So this is the one. So make it like everything like underscore to control. So you can take flat file, right? Source is a flat file. You can take the flat file. Source is flat file now. We'll be facing some issues on the flat file more. Source is flat file. Okay, if it is stable, then there won't be any changes and it is very easy to extract the data. But if it is flat file, then you have to do some, you have to depend on some source stream only. So here we have extracted the data from source, and whenever you drag and drop the source into a mapping, you'll be getting one particular transformation. So that transformation, we will call it as that transformation. It's a source qualifier transformation. Source qualifier. What is a source qualifier? This transformation, it is used to convert source data type into Informatica native data type. See, whatever may be, your source is Oracle, SQL Server, DB2, Teradata, or anything. So this particular transformation, source qualifier, convert this into Informatica native data type. If you look at here, these data types are different than our Oracle data type. But anyhow, it will convert that data type into this data type. Okay. Then you can take the T underscore employees table. So this is the flat file to table. Am I correct? It will read the data from a flat file, then load the data into table. Just I can take it. Control yes. I did the mapping. So I have defined the source. I have defined the target. I did the mapping. Now we will go with fixed width file. What is the fixed width file? Fixed width file load is nothing but each and every field we have the fixed width. For an example, the first column, we have employee ID. So that should be a fixed width. You have fixed width called employee ID. Then we have the first name. Okay, first name like this. How many characters? We have something like we have 15 characters or 12 characters or anything. Just we can count it 1, 2, 3, 4. And remaining characters you have to make it like a blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 plus 4 are 12. So first 5 characters employee ID. Next 12 characters first name. Next 10 characters last name. Next 10 characters date of birth. Next 10 characters city. Okay, this is what we have to give the file. So each and every field it should follow some length. Okay, maximum length. So you can go for minimum length also, maximum length, but we have to define the maximum length. Up to this is what the employee ID. Then next one, this is what you have the first name. From this fixed width file, we have to read the data. So normally we may get some issues on the fixed width file. Please watch it carefully and then you have to practice it. So now we will go here. Normally we will take the file, right? Now we will create the file. So we will import the file, but fixed width file we will create it. Go to source here. So to go to source, in the source you can go for import from file. Normally this is what we'll go. Instead of you can go for create. Okay. So we are going to create a file structure and see here the file I'm going to make source flat file emp employees fixed width file. So this is the file I'm going to make it like a employees file fixed width. What is the database type? It should be a flat file. So you can make it like flat file here. So this is what flat file, create it. Double click on this, go to fixed width file, flat file information fixed width, go to columns. We have 5 or 6 columns, right? So we can define all the 5 columns. So you look at here, first column, employee ID, 5 characters. Okay, we can give employee underscore ID. We can give a string or number. can take it number 5 characters. Then first name, first underscore name, you can go for 12 characters, right? 12 characters. Then last name, last underscore name. Then we have 10 characters. Then we have last name, first name, last name. Then you have the date of birth, right? So you can go for date of birth. You can make it like string itself we will read. After that we will convert. Okay. Flat file we will take it like a string and then we will convert date of birth and then city. Then you can go for string 10 characters. Okay. So this is what we have defined all the data type and the precision. Then click on apply. Go to table here. It's a fixed width file, right? Go to advanced one. So here null character. So how we are defining the null character here? Null character, this is null characters, right? So null characters we are defining as space. So that space we can make it like here. Space, one space you have to give here. Okay. Space you give here. Then you have to enable this line sequential. Line sequential is nothing good. So this is the line sequential format. Okay. After that we are getting here, right? So this format line sequential. Then so if you have anything like number of initial rows to skip, if you have any header for this file, you can enable it. Otherwise you can make it like 0. Okay, so just you can make it like okay. So these two you have to make sure. Text here, one space, then we have the line sequential that you can enable it. Click on OK. Then you can go for columns here, apply OK. Okay, this is what you will be having it. Okay, so this is what you have, source flat file. Then target. The target I'm going with the same. I have already created a target table. You can go here. So you can create this table structure. Okay. So what is this? T underscore employees underscore fixed with. Yeah, this one. Okay. So anything you can create, ff underscore fixed or employees underscore fixed or anything. If you look here, employee ID is 5 characters, first name is 12 characters, last name is varchar 10 characters, date of birth is date column now. The target we have date column, but here it is a source we have the string column. So we have taken it. Now create a mapping. Go to mapping. So m underscore source flat file employees. Okay, source flat file employees underscore fixed width. So you can make fixed width. If you did some mistake on the mapping name, you want to correct the mapping name, go to mapping. Here go and edit. You can change it. Go a little bit down. You can see this is what mapping. Okay. So now you can take, this is a flat file, right? Fixed width flat file. You can drag and drop. Okay. You can drag and drop here. This is like flat file. You can take the target is this one. Okay. Target is this one. You can see here. So here it is a string, date of birth, here it is a string, here it is a date. So now what I will do, so I have to take employee ID, first name, everything correctly. But in order to change this date of birth into a date, we have to use expression transformation. This transformation I will use it here. I'm converting this string data type into date and time. So how to convert that I will do it now, but after completing the expression transformation. So this is date of birth is coming like input, and this date of birth is date and time as an output. So here you have to change it. So what is this? This is 2 underscore dates. It's a date of birth, comma dd slash y format. Okay, that's what we have, right? You can validate it. It can be validated. You can okay, apply okay. Then employee ID to last name you can give from here. Then you can take from here. So just control yes. So now I'm going to run this file. Run this, creating a session. I'm going here. Go to workflow manager. Go to workflows. Create workflow. Here we will create a workflow called wf underscore source underscore flat file underscore fixed width. Okay, so fixed width. Then you can go to the session. Just I'm creating the session. You click on link task, link it, then double click on the session, go to mapping. Okay, source should be pointing to source now. So here source file directory, what is the file? Make sure that this file path should be correct and then file name is correct with file extension also. So this is the file path, right? FW. So give this file dot txt file. So extension you have to give correctly dot txt. Go a little bit down. This is the source file and target is the table. Go a little bit down. Truncate target table. Click on apply. Okay. Then save it. It should be a valid one. Okay, it should be a valid one. Then start the workflow. Now I'm starting it. We will see whether it is reading the data. Just to see here, it is running. So 2 records read from the source and 2 records got loaded. If you look at here, if you go and check the target table, so this is the target table actually. So target table, but we have one bug here. So what is the bug? Okay, so if you go and check here, this particular table, there is one small bug. Okay, so what is that? So here, if you look at the length of the first name or length of the last name, so any column you can take it. Okay, select first underscore name, comma, length of first name, length, length of first name. So you'll be facing some different length. The space will be considered. So even though it has 4 characters, it is taking 12. Why? Because the remaining character is taking like null values, right? The remaining it is taking like null. Rest of the data it is taking like data only. So if I want to remove that null, what you can do? Remove that null space here, left hand side or right hand side. What function I can use? In SQL, trim function you'll use, right? So that in Informatica, there is no direct trim function. We have ltrim or trim. I will be using one particular column. You can use this underscore last underscore name. Okay, last name. Will you do for all the columns? Yes, in real time we will do it for all the columns. What are the correct columns? Okay, we have. So we'll go for ltrim of this result. Resulted of this one, we'll go for rtrim. Rtrim of, so rtrim of this one. Okay, validate. So click on OK. So this one you have to give here. So this ltrim, rtrim and all I will tell you in the expression, but now you can see it here. I have saved it. Refresh mapping. So now we will go with the, I have refreshed the mapping. I have refreshed it already. I will start the workflow now. Start workflow. It will truncate and load. It will truncate and load. If you look at the monitor, you can see the difference. It has truncated and loaded. You can go to the table. There you can go to the table. Just I'm executing it. Last underscore name. Okay. So if you look at here we have 5 characters, here we have 10 characters. So all the characters giving like 10, but only 5 characters giving 5 characters only. It has trimmed. So that's what you can use the function in our expression transformation. But this is what the fixed with file. Okay, fixed with data load. I hope you are clear on this. The flat file to table. Now we will take data from table to flat file. How to load table to flat file. Okay, so now I will go with take the data from a table called employees, create a flat file in the target. Create the flat file in the target. But as of now, we do not have any target type flat file, right? But I have to create a target flat file. How to create? Go to target here, go to target. You can go to create. So here you can use flat file and then you can create it here. And then after that, after creating the flat file, you have to add the columns like we have did it for our T underscore EMP fixed with, right? The same way. But instead of doing manually, we can go here. So this is the target table, right? In this structure, we have to create the flat file. Am I correct? So this structure, we are creating a flat file. Just to copy this table, you keep the cursor on the left hand side. You could just copy it, Control C, Control V. It will ask, do you want to copy? So click on yes here. So it will give you some conflict on the table name. So this is a table name error. So go to rename. You can go for edit. You can rename it like target underscore flat file underscore employees. Click on OK. Next one, click on finish. Okay, target flat file employees. Okay, this is the target. It's a table only. How to change it as a flat file? Double click on it. Database type. You're saying Oracle, right? So here you have to change it like a flat file. So then only it will become a file. Then only you'll be seeing the delimited or fixed with. Okay, so that's what we have. Just we have copied the target structure, table structure. We have created the flat file structure. Okay, so now I will go with the mapping normal. It's normal now. Go and create it. M underscore target underscore flat file underscore employees target flat file. Okay, you can go to the source is a table, employees table. Target is a flat file. You can just connect it. Then Control S, arrange all. So it will be arranged. Then go to workflow, create our WF underscore target underscore flat file underscore employees. Okay, just we are creating target is the flat file. Then click on the session icon, click here, target flat file employees, double click on it, go to mapping, source should be pointing to source, target should be it's a file writer. You can go a little bit down. Okay, you can go a little bit down. You'll be having the header options. You're saying no header, right? You can give output field names. You can go a little bit down and then output file name, output file directory. It's a target file directory. So $PM target file directory. What is this file directory?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. Which is the reusable component in Informatica? A. Workflow. B. Maplet. C. Session. D. Mapping. Comment your answer below and subscribe to our channel to know the right answer.
You can go to info chat. You can go to the TGT files. This is the target file directory. Just you can select it. You can see the target file directory. So here you can go here and then you can make output file directory. This is the one. The output file name dot. I'm making output file name is .csv. So you have to make here apply OK, then save it, then run it. It will take the data from a table and then load the data into a file. So this is what target into a file. Clear on this? So it will generate the file here. Still running. It got loaded now. Okay, got loaded. You can see here it will get loaded. So if you go and run the same workflow, what will happen? It will overwrite the file. It will replace the file. So it will not create a different file. The file is already available. It will overwrite the file. If you do not want to overwrite the file, look at now the timestamp. It's a 10:8, right? So still then it's running. So it's a 10:9 now. So it's over. The file has been overwritten. You can see the data is 107 record is there in the file. 107 record is there in the file. Okay. So this is what you can be able to see the 107 record. You can close it. Now I want to append the data in the existing file itself. The file is available. Append the data. You can go here. You'll be seeing one option here. So target is flat file. You have merge. Merge option is nothing but multiple file is there like a partition. Partitions you are creating on the file. Then after creating the different partition of the file, you can merge it all the files. That merge option. So append if exist means append if the file is already exist in the same file. So that's what you have to enable it. Apply OK, save, and then run it. So it will change the timestamp. It's a 10:9, right? It will change the timestamp, but it will not create a new file. On the same file, it will go and insert the file data. So you'll be having 214 record now. Instead of 107, you'll be having 214 records. So 10:10, right? So now you can see here, double click on it. You'll be seeing this instead of 107, you'll be having again the same record is repeating, right? 107, one header, that's what 108. So you'll be having 21 up to 215. Okay, this is what you have. If you, again you are going to run it, it'll append the data in the same file. So that's what append if exist. So you can create a flat file and then you can send the data to our customer or third party vendor. Okay, somebody else are reporting. So if they ask some flat file data, this is what you can extract the data from a database or from a in enterprise data warehouse. You can take the table and then you can send it to any other environment, any other server, any other Dropbox or anything you can send it. Okay, are you clear? Target is flat file. Okay, so now we will go with indirect file loading. What is indirect file loading? For an example, your customer is saying that, so instead of one file, I have 4 or 5 files. Okay, 4 or 5 files. See, all the files I have to read the data. All the files are same structured file. So at a time, you have to read the data from these files. You have to load it into a table. Okay, if the file structures are same, you can go for indirect file loading. What is indirect file loading? So instead of making this file as the file name, okay, you can create one more file. What is the file? So here I will explain what is indirect file loading. Just you can go for indirect file loading. I will tell. See, if you look at here, I have same structured file. So the employees 1, employees 2, employees 3, employee 4. So like this, we have the same structure file. All the files I have to read the data at a time. We have to load it into a table, target table, one single table, multiple files into single table. All the file structures are same file structure, employees file structure. You can go here master.txt. So what is this master.txt, right? Since all the file structures are same, with the one file structure, you create a mapping. File type, make it like indirect. File type is not direct file, it's indirect file. File name, you can make it like master.txt. If you are making like a file type is indirect, Informatica knows that this is not the data file. Master.txt is not a data file. So this is the data file. So this is the data file. This is actual master file or reference.txt. Anything is fine. So Informatica will open this file and then it will check for the actual file. So from this file, it will read the data and then it will load it into a target table. So how to do it? Go to here. It's a flat file to table, right? Flat file to table. This is the one. Employees flat file to table. Same mapping I have to create it. So instead I am copying it. Go to mapping, copy as m underscore source flat file employees underscore indirect file loading. Okay, this is what indirect file loading. Just one file structure I have created a mapping. Now I have to read all the files, right? Go to workflows, create wf underscore indirect file loading. Just I'm making indirect file loading. This is what I can go with, and I'm going for a session. Going for a session. Click on the session icon. Click inside. Choose a mapping. Okay, why mapping is not available? I think I haven't saved it. So Control yes. It should be saved and it should be valid. Then go to workflow. Now you can click on the session icon. Okay, indirect file loading. Click on OK. Click on link task. Double click on the link task to mapping source. It's a file reader. Can go a little bit down. File type. Can make it like indirect. Source file directory. This is the one. Source file name. That's a master.txt. Source file name is master.txt. Target. So target connection. Go on the down. You can choose it. Since we are making like indirect file loading, Informatica will open this file. It will check how many number of files. So from that file, it will take the data. But provided all the file structure should be same structure. I have just started. It's running now. Okay, it got failed. It's making that employees 5.csv is not available. Okay, I think in the master.txt we have mentioned like 5.csv. Okay, 5.csv is there, right? So either you can delete this file or you can place the 5.csv over there. Just I'm deleting it. You have only 4 files. I have started. Then it will start running. This time we have 4 files. We'll see that whether it is reading the data from the file or not. Maybe it will fail with the delimiter. Okay, 4 into 107, 428 record has been loaded into the target table. In future, if you want to go for one more file, you have to add it here. That's all. 5th file, I can add it in this file. So you can make it like this. Dynamically, you can create the file by using script also. Just making one more file. That's all. Okay. So you can make this src files. You can go here. Just this time I'm making 5 files, right? I haven't changed anything on the Informatica level. So just the master.txt file I have changed it. Just I'm going to start the workflow. We'll start it. 535 record has been loaded. So clear on this, what is indirect file loading?
Let us look at a demo video to understand how actually we can connect databases to Informatica and then access the tables. Let's begin then. So this is my screen for Powercenter 9.6.1, and you can see on your right hand side here we have got this connection explorer, and so as the name suggests, here we can connect through the different database connections. Okay, now here we have got another 2 options, right? So here the first one is to create the connection, and then another one is to select the connection. So first we are going to create the connection and then we'll look into the select connection. Okay, let's begin then. So let's click on the create connection over here, and I have to give name to my connection, so let me name it now. Okay, so just give me a name to it, rather to my connection, and I'm calling it first connection. And then you can also give a description to it, right? So when you are actually going to create multiple connections, that is when the description helps you to kind of differentiate. So I've just given the normal description. So then after this, on which machine your database is actually installed. So for me, it is localhost. So I'm going to keep it as it is. And then type. So here again, which database you want to connect. So I have got Oracle installed on my machine. So I'll select Oracle. Okay, so let me select that and then click on next. So now here again you have to provide the schema name, something that you are going to use as a source and target. So for me the schema is test. So I'll enter the password after giving the username. So test and then the password. Okay. And now in the connection string, if I talk about, so you have to give the host name again. So for me it is again localhost. So I'll type it. And again here this is 1521. So this is actually nothing but the port number for Oracle. So you must be aware of this port number of Oracle. And then we have got this SID. So for me it is Express. So I'll write XE. And again, here in the connection string that you need to define in your database. So for me again it is XE. Now let's check whether this connection is proper or not. So we are just going to click on test connection. So see, it says that metadata connection successful. It also says that data access settings will be validated when connecting. That means when we connect to database and work on a specific table, then only the specific metadata or connection would be tested. But here, as of now, the schema connection has been done, right? And we'll be testing it later on, right? You got it. Whenever you are going to actually work on a specific table. So after we have created the connection, we'll just click on finish and we are going to select connection now. So select the connection. So again here we have selected the connection. So you just need to select this. So already we have got here, we call it domain localhost. Under that we have got databases, then Oracle, and then our first connection. Okay, so then we'll go to configure connections. And here, see again, you follow the same path like domain localhost, then databases, Oracle, and our first connection. Now you can also edit this first connection. You can edit the details that you have already entered over there. See all the details that we entered. And also you can simply remove your connection from here. And if you want to copy this specific connection, then that is also possible from here. Now let's go back. So click OK again. OK. So now in this select connection, my first connection is up here. So this is how we create a connection and then select it. And now in this selection, which all tables are actually available under this selection. So for that, just double click on first connection. Okay. And then here is my schema, which is test has appeared. And again, in that, we have got all these many tables. You can check all these tables are over here, right? And then we have also got views and synonyms. So whatever is present in the schema, I can simply look into that. So from here, we can see all our tables, views and synonyms. And this is how you connect your database, select the database and then select the schema and access your tables. So I hope you guys have got a fair idea about it. Okay, so let's move ahead.
So Informatica, we have basically 4 client tools. So which all are repository manager, Powercenter designer, workflow manager, workflow monitor. So these are the 4 client tools we have. The first one basically a repository manager. So what is meant by repository manager? So on the left side, so we have like 4 client tools. Under Powercenter client, we have 4 client tools. Repository manager, mapping designer, nothing but a Powercenter designer, workflow manager, workflow monitor. In the bottom, we have 4 icons, either repository manager, Powercenter designer, workflow manager, workflow monitor. These are the 4 client tools we have. The first one, repository manager. So what is meant by repository manager? The basic on the real-time world. In general term, repository means it's a storage area. We can store all the metadata. So whatever we have done, the other 3 client tools, where we can store all the data within the repository manager. And also, if you joined into the account, you got all the access, you got all the requirements. If you want to start your work, first you need to configure your environments. Which all are environments we have in the real time? So it's a development, QA, production. So these all details like development details, QA details, and then production repository details. So these all details will get it from your team. Like we required, if you want to configure the repository, the first thing is required domain name, and then a repository name, and then host name, port number. So these all are 4 major things we required within the repository configuration. So once we have configured repository, we can able to connect based on your login username password. And one more thing I need to add here. So where we need to configure the repository under repository manager. If we can configure the repository by default, it should be reflected the other three client tools. If we can add within the repository by default, it should be added the other three client tools. Even though if you want to edit, it should be reflected the other three client tools. Even though if you want to remove it, it should be reflected the other three client tools. So repository is the parent, the rest of three will act as a child. So any questions about repository manager? So once we have done the complete development part, and then the last minute how to move code from dev to QA, by the time we required repository manager. Until that we don't have any work, just we need to configure the repositories and we need to create our own project folders. So why means if you want to create any project folder without creating, even though if you have like all the requirements, you cannot able to access other project folders because of others are having different credentials. For you it's having different credentials, so that you need to create your own project folder. Okay, so the repositories and project folder stuff we need to work under repository manager. This is the
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
use of repository manager. On daily basis, out of 4 client tools, daily we are using the last 3 client tools, not repository manager. Very initial time, we can go for it. Fine. The next one, the key thing of Powercenter Designer, Informatica Powercenter Designer. This is the key thing of Informatica. So basic mapping designer, nothing but a Powercenter Designer. So within the Powercenter Designer, there are 5 components we have. So one is source analyzer, target designer, transformation developer, maplet designer, and then mapping designer. Let me show you in the screen. That's better for you to understand. See, go to Powercenter Designer. So we have 3 parts here basically. Repository navigator in the left side, and then right side we have the designing part where we need to develop our mapping. In the bottom we have output window. After creating our mapping, if we can save, where I can able to see our mapping is valid or not, in the output window in the bottom. So left side we have repository navigator. So what it contains, repository navigator, it contains all the repositories, and each repository we have many project folders, and each project folders we have subfolders. These all are information we have under repository navigator on the left hand side. And then right hand side we have mapping designer, where we need to develop our mappings based on the requirement. After developing our mappings, if we can save, in the bottom we can able to see in the output window whether this mapping is valid or not. Just we can remove some of the things. Now if we can save, how to save? Use Ctrl S. See in the output window, our mapping is valid. This is the existing mapping. Now this mapping is valid. So like this. These are the 3 parts we have. And the earlier we discussed under Powercenter Designer we have 5 components. Which all are those? So these all are 5 components. The first one is source analyzer. Second one is target designer. And then third one, transformation developer. Fourth one is maplet. Fifth one is mapping. Even though out of 5, daily we are using source, target, mapping. This transformation developer, Maplet, both are optional. Let's start with source analyzer. So what is meant by source analyzer? See, in the name itself, just we can analyze the data. We have only read access. So earlier we discussed different type of source systems. What type of sources we have? Like all relational databases, flat files, XMLs, COBOL, Hadoop files. There are like many source systems we have. Let us assume my source is a table. Tables where we have in the database backend, but Informatica is the middleware tool. So how to import tables from database to Informatica? So by using source analyzer. So come to source analyzer. So in the top we have couple of tabs: repository, edit, view, tools, layout, versioning, sources. Choose sources. So there are many options. So what is my source? Table. Import from database. So we need to provide the connection details and then all credentials, and then we need to import it. Select the schema, which table if you want, we can import it. Replace. So like this, we need to import it. But always source is having read access. We cannot able to change. Because of the same sources, they're using multiple projects. If you can do any changes, it will impact on the other project folder, so that they won't give any write access. Fine. So after importing any kind of source or target or like mapping, we need to save it. Whatever changes we have done, you can save it. And see in the bottom, that source is got updated. See, already we have, it's got updated like this. So is it clear about source analyzer, why we required? The next one, target designer. So what is meant by target designer? So we need to create our target tables based on the business need. See, now source we have only couple of columns, but target, just now I have seen this one. How many we have here? I've added many things based on the requirement. We need to design. See the name itself, design. We need to design the target table. So we have write access here. We can design it, but after creating target table, we have only columns. There is no data. Only columns we have. So source level we have structure with data, but target we have only structure. So after designing our target table, we have transformation developer, Maplet. So these two are optional, transformation developer, Maplet. Both are reusable components. Reusable means if we can create one time, the same thing we can call it many requirements. But both are reusable. When we'll go for transformation developer, when we'll go for Maplet. So out of all transformation, these are all transformations here, guys. See, each symbol one type of transformations, and each transformation is having their own significance. Each one, these symbols. And come back to transformation developer. Out of all transformations, we can choose any one as a reusable transformation. See now, here we have couple of transformations. Edit. See the transformation type. What we have here, aggregator. That's it. Even the source qualifier. Or if we can go for transformation level, if we can add any transformation by default, edit. See, it's a reusable. I didn't implement it. I need to save it. By default, it's a reusable. so that at a time we can go for only one transformation as a reusable. So we can go for transformation developer. But my requirement is I want to go for multiple transformations as a reusable. Such cases we can call as a maplet. Okay, but both are reusable. And the last one, mapping designer. So the above four, source, target, transformation, maplet, after importing, after developing, after creating, where we need to call it within the mapping designer. So which is the source I have imported, we need to place in the left side. Which is the target we have created, I need to place in the right side. Between source and target, we need to add list of transformations, and then we can implement all the business logics based on the business need. So now we have created our mapping. After creating, if we can save, it should be valid under output window. It's valid here. So this is the way we need to develop our mapping under Powercenter Designer. Now I have developed our mapping. The next part is I want to move data from source to target. So I want to move data from source to target. For that, we can go for third client tool, workflow manager. See, this is the one, workflow manager. So even though within the workflow manager, three parts. The left side we have repository navigator, similar kind of under Powercenter Designer. And then here we have workflow designer. Within the Powercenter Designer, we have mapping designer. In the bottom we have output window. These two are common, like repository navigator and output window both are common, Powercenter Designer and workflow. But only change is workflow designer. And within the workflow, there are three components: task developer, workload designer, workflow designer. Task developer, workload designer, both similar to transformation developer, maplet designer. These both are also reusable components. If we can create here, we can call it many workflows the same task. Here one task, here many tasks. And go back to workflow designer. So we need to create workflow. Within the workflow, we need to create session. So within the session, this is a session. Right click, edit. So we need to provide our source and target connections. See, there are many tabs: general, properties, config object, mapping tab. We can choose mapping tab. Go to source connection. As of now, this is the correct one. If it's not, we can change it. They will share it to your team members, which are our connections we have. Similar way, target. Even the target also we have. And there are two kind of loads. Target load type. One is normal, the other one is bulk. So normal means if you have 1 lakh records, it will load record by record. It may take 10 minutes of time. If you can use bulk mode, at a time bunch of records it will fetch. It will complete within 2 to 3 minutes. So which one is faster? Bulk mode. But whenever we are using bulk mode, there are some drawbacks. What kind of drawbacks we have? If my target is a table, if you have any indexes on target table, it will not allow. The job will get fail. Again, we need to drop the indexes and then we'll start our job. Workflow nothing but a job. But whereas in normal load, even if you have any indexes on target table, it will fetch all the data, but it will go for record by record. And one more drawback while using bulk load, I have 1 lakh records. After loading 90,000 records, my job got failed. If we can rerun the job, again it starts from beginning. But I don't want. Wherever my job got failed, I want to start from there itself. But bulk mode, we cannot able to. Whereas in normal load, we have option session recovery option. We can use that. It will start from 90,001 onwards. So most of the cases we can use normal mode, but the performance wise, there are like multiple options we have. Partitioning we have to increase the performance. so that whenever we are using normal, we can go for partitions and then we can create it. But bulk mode, if there is a one-to-one, there is a huge volume we have, such cases we can go for bulk mode. Fine. So these all are under session. So after creating session, these all are job. Workflow nothing but a job. We can run the job. How to run the job? Click on workflow, start workflow. So the fourth client tool, monitor, we have by default monitor get open. So what is the use of monitor? Just monitoring the jobs, whether my job is succeeded or failed. If it is succeeded, see my job is succeeded. So how I can find out how many source success rows, target success rows? Select the session. This is the session. Right click, run properties. See here, 27 we have, but target it's loading 6 records. Based on the business need, we are loading 6 records.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. So, what is Informatica? A. Reporting. B. Modeling. C. ETL. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. And subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer.
Even though my job got failed, we can able to see here what is the error we have. And still you are not able to understanding the entire process. We have under monitor session log. Select the session, right click, session log. See, we have clear cut information. What is the repository name, server name, folder name, workflow name, mapping name, session name. So how many records got it's inserted initial time, how many records got read. So all information we have here. Inserted rows, affected rows, but source level we have many. See, source qualifier level 27 we have, but based on the requirement, the output rows we have only 6. Even the job got failed, we can go for this log. We have like complete information here, so we need to check it under log. The job got failed, we can check it here. Get session log. All information we have. Where is the issue we have? Either source level or target level or mapping or workflow or database or file level issue. So we have complete information here. Based on that, we need to fix the issues. So once we have done, my job is succeeded. It's got loaded with 6 records, right? Go to target database. We can check it. So we have basically SQL Developer and Toad. Some of the clients they're using SQL Developer. Some of them they'll go for Toad, but both are a bit similar. Go to database. We can write the query. This is the table we have. And we can check the data in the database. Our expected data is loading or not. Even though within Informatica also we can see the data without connecting database. We can see here, but if it's a huge volume, we cannot able to. If it is a less volume we have, we can do it. How to see in the Informatica level? Go to target, right click, preview data. So we need to provide the connection, username, password. And then see here, we are getting data here. If it is less volume we have, if it is a huge volume, we cannot able to. We need to go for database and then we can check it. So this is the normal process for any requirement within the Informatica. And these all are about 4 client tools. So do you have any questions here, guys? Fine. So once we have done any requirement, similar kind of process, the next step is we need to maintaining all naming standards. Mapping means m_name, and also go to mapping, edit. We need to provide the all comments like what is the use case of this mapping, and each transformation we need to write 1-line description why we are using this transformation. because of if any new resource is joined into your account, they can easily understand while choosing this mapping only. No need to go for even KT also. They can easily understand if they can go through each transformation and mapping level. Like every transformation, we need to apply some description. So mapping means m_name. These all are naming standard document. You'll get it from your team. They'll share it to you. You need to follow the same process. And even the workflow, wf_mapping name. Even the session, s_mapping name. So we can give any kind of name. Even the mapping is different, workflow is different, session is different. But in the real time, we do have many mappings, many workflows. If you want to identify which mapping is related to which workflow, it's very difficult. We can find out, but it may take longer time. So instead of that, we can choose all naming standards. You can track easily. You knows like what you have done, but others, they cannot able to understand. So that always we need to maintaining naming standards. So once naming standards is done, then we'll go for unit testing. So in unit testing, we need to follow what is the source and target monitor level, the count, my job is succeeded or not. And then parameter file, the server level, whenever we ran the job, the parameter file got created or not, log file. And then the source and target count. And then the metadata validation. And then what is the core business logics we have. These are our steps we need to take the screenshots and then we need to place it into the Word document. This for your internal reference. So now we have done completed one requirement after 6 months. There was an issue with your developed mapping. So if they'll come back to you whenever you have worked on it, by the time this is the exact result I got it, this is the proof for that unit test case document you can show up them. So later point of time they have done like many changes, so maybe because of that also they have issues now. So just it's for reference for you, you need a UTC documents. So once UTC is done, then we'll go for code review with lead or answer team. So once its code review is done, then we are moving code from dev to QA, the deployments. So by the time we required repository manager, until that we don't have any work with repository manager.
We'll start with the session level update else insert. What is meant by update else insert or insert else update? Means suppose let's say we have a source table like this, employee session level update else insert underscore yes, employee number, employee name, address. Let's say we have the source table like this. There's a source table, target table will have emp sui underscore t, employee number, employee name, address, create date, and update date. Like this, we have source and target tables. Now, what is update else insert else update means? We have to take any one of the source value, check in the target table. If the source record does not exist in the target table, then source record needs to be inserted. If the source record already present and if there is no change between source and target record, then no insert, no update. If the source record already present and if there is any change between source and target table record, then we should have to update the target record with the source latest data. So that is called insert else update or update else insert. Let me tell you clearly once again. So first time we'll take employee number 1 and here the employee number 1 does not exist. Then we have to insert that record like this. The same create date, it should be a system date 8/3/2019, update date 8/3/2019. And second record, take the employee number 2, check in the target table whether the source employee number exists or not. If the source employee number does not exist, we have to insert 2 BLR 8/3/2019, 8/3/2019. Third record also does not exist. We have to insert that record into the target table 3CCNI 8/3/2019, 8/3/2019. Inserted. So first time all the records inserted into the target table. Okay, here let me write down the same thing. If the source record does not exist in the target table, then source record needs to insert into the target. So if the source record does not exist in the target table, then source record needs to be inserted into the target. This is first point. And the second point, if the source record already present and there is no change between source and target record, then no insert, no update. The source record already present and there is no change between source and target, then no insert, no update. So that means now we have first time executed, we have got this data. Second time, if you execute the same mapping without changing anything, second time if you execute, take the source, it will take the source employee number, check in the target table. Yes, source record already present. And also it should have to compare between source and target. Source employee name for the employee number 1, it is A, target also A, there is no change. Source address HYD, target address also HYD, there is no change. Source record already present in the target table and there is no change between source and target record. In this case, we should not touch that record, we have to leave that record as it is. No insert, no update for that record. If the source record already present and there is no change between source and target record, means source address also we have HYD, target also we have same 1A HYD, there is no change. If there is no change, no insert, no update, leave that record as it is. Next, third point, if the source record already present and if there is any change between source and target record, if the source record already present and there is a change between source and target record, then target record needs to update with source latest data. Target record needs to update with the source latest data. So that means, suppose let's say this person moved HYD to USA on 8/6. He has moved HYD to USA on 8/6. And let's say if we are executing this mapping on 8/6, at that time it will take the source employee number, check in the target table. Yes, source employee number already present, and check is there any change between source and target record. For that employee number 1, in the source address we have USA, whereas in the target we have address as HYD, right? So that means there is a change. Now on 8/6 we have got the latest data in the source. So in this case what we have to do is we have to update the target record with source latest data. So update the address HYD with USA, and apart from the address, is there any other column we have to update? We also have to update date with this date. This update we have to update the system date 8/6/2019. We should not touch the create date. If there is any change between source and target record, then we have to update the address and update date. In this scenario, the specific columns we have to update in the target table. And for the second record, is there any change between source and target record? No change. Source also we have 2 BBLR, target also we have 2 BBLR. So if there is no change, leave that record as it is. Third record, is there any change between source and target? No change, leave that record as it is. So second run successful. So after successful of execution in target, you will find USA for the one employee number 1. That is third point. These 3 points are very important because in real time we will be creating SAT type 1 mappings. So if you remember these 3 points, then it would be helpful a lot. Fine. Now let's say again the same person, he has moved USA to UK on 8/8. There is a change on 8/8. This person moved US to UK on 8/8. And if you are executing this mapping on 8/8, it will take the source employee number, check in the target table whether the source employee number exists or not. Now yes, exists. So if the source employee number already exists, now there is a change between source and in source we have UK, target we have USA. In this case, we have to update the target record with the source record, and also we have to update the update date. So 8/6 we have to update with the system date 8/8. Done. Next, second and third record, there is no change, no insert, no update, leave that record as it is. Third time after successful of execution, you will find the output like this in the target table. Okay, so here what we have to observe means A employee, he was there in HYD for some time, then he moved to US and then US to UK. Even though he has moved to different locations, we don't have HYD address record in the target, we don't have USA address record in the target. We have only whatever is present in the source, the same present in the target table. This is called maintaining the latest data or current data in the target table. Also, we call this scenario as SCD type 1 scenario. So SCD type 1 means to maintain the latest data or current data in the target table. Here, do we have the latest data or not? Yes, we have. So we don't have the HYD record, we don't have the USA record. Since in the source we have UK, target also we have UK. This is called SCD type 1. Now we are going to implement this one practically. So we are going to create a source and target table, and we are going to create a mapping, and we'll execute and see how we can perform this session level update else insert. Now let me create the source and target table, show you how we can perform that one. I think I have already created that table. EMPSUI underscore yes. So currently we have like this. There are 4 rows in the source table. Target also I have. Source table truncated. Let me insert once again. While practicing, you have to create a table with a name like this. Whatever scenarios I will be explaining in the class, for all our source tables, at the end I will give the name as underscore yes. You also follow the same naming convention so that it will be easy to refer which is the source table, which is the target table. For all the target tables, at the end you give underscore T. And the table name also, since we are talking about session level update else insert, I have given the naming convention as employee underscore SUI. SUI means session level update else insert underscore yes. So this is the source table and this is the target table. Like that, you can give some meaningful names so that it will be easy to understand. Here in source table, we have 3 columns: employee number, employee name, and address. So we have to pass the values here. 1 row inserted, 2 rows inserted, 3rd row. And one more thing, here I'll be explaining all these scenarios with less number of data so that it will be easy to understand. First, if you can understand the concept, it doesn't matter how many number of rows are there, the same scenarios we will be implementing in real time. First, you have to understand the concept in better way. That is the reason I am explaining the same thing with less number of records. Next. So after inserting the data in the source table, commit. Manually, we have to create all the tables. Since this is in real time, already source tables will be there, target tables also will be there, in source data also already data will be there in the real time. But here, since this is a training, you have to create the source table, target table, insert some rows in the source table, execute the commit, and then create a target table, then use those same source and target tables in the mapping. So everything we have to do. Now the source table is done. So we have these 4 rows in the source table, target. I think I have already target table. Now the source table and target tables are ready. We are going to import the same in the mapping. So go to the sources, import from the database. Source table name is EMPS underscore yes. You can copy and search here. System tables, you can see you have got here. Select and click on OK. Source definition head. Import the targets, import from the database. Select the ODBC data source. Target table name is EMPSUI underscore T. Search for this table. Yes, we have got that target. Click on OK. Now you can see target definition also imported. And here, by seeing this, we'll come to know that there is a primary key constraint on target ENO. So it is mandatory to have primary key. After inputting source and target, then go to the mapping designer to start creating the mapping. Mappings, create M underscore SUI underscore S underscore T, some meaningful name. Drag and drop the source definition and target definition. We have got source and targets here. And then, so first the 3 columns data will come from the source, and create date, update date, we have to populate with the system date. Can you tell me which transformation we have to create in the mapping to populate create date with update date with sys date? Which transformation we have to create? Expression. So we have to create expression transformation. Like this, initially, if you know the transformations functionality, once we start scenarios, so we will be implementing those transformations in the scenarios. Depends on our requirement. We have to decide the transformation, what transformation we have to create. Since you know the expression transformation functionality, by seeing just to populate, create date, update it with system date, you can easily say that we can use expression transformation. Create, done. Expression transformation has created. Select all these ports from source, drag and drop to expression, and expression to the target definition. Then here we have to create two new ports. Open the expression transformation. Here we have a button to add a new ports. Create date underscore move. Update date underscore move. So why I have written underscore move? Because this is going to be an output port. So we are going to remove the input. Only output will be there because we have to write a sysdate function under expression field. To write sysdate function, we have to remove the input, and also there is no data coming from the source for these two ports. Sysdate. We have given the link. So with the mapping created, and it shows mapping is invalid because what is the data type we have given for dates? String. So we have to change the data type to date and time. So data type apply. Okay. Save. And now you can see mapping is valid. For this, we'll create a session. To create a session task, we can create either in task developer and workflow designer as well. So for now, we'll be under task developer to create a session task. Later in future class, I'll explain what is the difference between creating the session task under task developer and the workflow designer. So first be under task developer, go to the menu tasks, create. Here you can create a session task. Session task name, the same name, whatever the name you have given to the mapping, the same name you have to give. Just in case of M, you can use small s. This is not mandatory. This is the standard which we have to follow. Create and select the mapping. Session task has created, and make sure the connections, go to the mapping connections. So here since I have already created a connection, the same connection is auto populated here for source and target. Now we'll create a workflow, the same, whatever the name we have given to the mapping, but we have to give WF underscore, the same mapping name we have to give. Okay, this is the standard which we have to follow. Okay, so you should not give some name to mapping, some other name to the session task, some other name to the workflow. No, you have to follow the standard. Whatever the name you have given to the mapping, the same name. Mapping name always starts with small m. Session task name starts with small s. Workflow name starts with small wf. The rest of the name, same, whatever is there to the mapping. Click on OK. So workflow, we have given the name. Now we have created everything, mapping, session, workflow, everything, and it is ready to execute. So before we execute, so whatever the mapping we have created, this is like a normal mapping, not update else insert. We have not implemented anything till now for update else insert. If you execute this mapping, what will happen? First time it will select all the records and it will load all the records into the target table. Second time, again, it will select record by record. Again, it will try to insert another copy, another set of records it is going to insert. So, but we don't want to do like that. So we have to perform the update else insert, and we have to check whether the source record exists or not. If it does not exist, then we have to insert. If it is already present and if there is any change, we have to update. That we have to implement. But still, till now, we have not set to perform update else insert. So for that, what we have to do is we have to set these properties. Go to the session. The first property set is go to the session here. The properties are treat source flow as. We have to set it to update. Session task. We have to go to under mapping tab. We have to select the targets. And it's define target load type. Set it to normal. This is one. Under same targets folder, we'll find one more option. Update else insert. So the checkbox will be there. We have to enable. These two properties we have to set in session task to perform update else insert. The first property is go to the session task, open the session task, go to the properties. So here we have treat source flow as. Currently it is insert. We have to change this property to update. That is the first property. The second one is in the same session task, go to the mapping tab. This is the mapping tab. Under mapping tab, we have to select the targets folder. Here we have the targets folder. In this targets folder, first one is target load. Here, this thing, we find target load type. Currently, this is set to change it to normal. Later in future classes, I will explain in detail what is the difference between bulk and normal. For now, you set it to normal. And then the other property is update else insert. Here we have update insert, right? Checkbox. Just update else insert. Enable the checkbox. Currently, this checkbox is not enabled. You have to enable this checkbox. Okay, so if you enable update else insert checkbox, then it will understand that it should have to perform update else insert, right? Then apply, save. That's it. So we have to set these two in session. Since we are setting the options in session task form update, that is the reason we are calling this scenario name as session level update else insert. That means in the session task we are setting to perform update else insert. We have set the property. Now it is ready to execute. So we'll start execute. So to execute, we have two ways. One is right click here, start workflow. The other one is select on the session task, start a task. So either way you can do. Later in future class, I'll explain in detail what is the difference between selecting the start a task and start a workflow. So for now, you select that session task here, right click, start a task, so that it will open the monitor tool. There we can see the status of execution. So here we can see the status. Workflow also got succeeded. So we have 4 rows in the source table. All the 4 rows loaded successfully. None of the rows got rejected. So now to see the output, select start from the target table. This is the target table. Yes. Here we have put the data. So first time, whatever we are expecting, so all the data has loaded from the source. So we have 4 rows in the source table. All the 4 rows got loaded successfully. So you can see the same as it is. So we have these 4 rows, all the 4 rows loaded successfully. This is what we are expecting. First time we should have to load all the source data. Done. Next, second time before we execute, we will update one of the source record. Okay, we will update one of the source record manually, and then we will execute and see what will happen. Update source table, set address is equals to USA, where employee number is equals to 1. Execute. So here I think the mistake I have given the column name as EMO. We have updated one row, commit. Now select the source table. So we have got for the employee number 1, so address as USA. In real time, we are not going to update. So we will not be doing any updates in the source system. Through front-end application or through some other source team, we will getting these updates daily. But here, since it's a training, you have to update it manually. But in real time, through some other source, we will be getting these updates to our source system, to our source tables. Okay, but for now, we have to do this update manually. Fine. So I updated one of the record in the source table. We execute. What we'll do is, let me of this, and I'll copy this data here, whatever the data we have, to compare first load and the next load. So I have copied the data. So in the source, we have USA. So now what we are expecting? We are expecting to update the address for the first row, right? And also we are expecting to update the update date. So now we'll execute and see. So as soon as we start execute, since we have enabled the update else insert option in the session properties, what it will do is internally it will take the source employee number, check in the target table whether the source employee exists or not. If it does not exist, then at the back it will write an insert statement to insert that record. Now, since the record already present, we have executed first time. Since the record already present, and it will check whether the source record already present or not. If the source record already present, at the back it will write an update statement to update the record in the target table. So now, second time we are executing, start the task. It started execution and it's running. Got succeeded. So we have to wait till the workflow got succeeded. So workflow also succeeded. Now we'll go here to see the output. So execute the target table query. We have executed, and you can see here for the first row, whatever the address we have updated in the source table, same address it has updated in the target table. And since we are executing this on same day, there is no change in the time, but we can see the difference there. There is no change in the date. We can see the difference in the timestamp. So here we have 849, but here we have got 852. So address also updated. So address and update date both got updated. So apart from this,
Ali, I
you
have
see
question.
create date also, yes.
I can see the date change, update date change in all the records, even though.
Yeah, the same thing I'm explaining. So we are expecting to update only address and update date. But here, if you see, create date also updated for this record 852. Earlier we had 849, but now here we have got 852. But also for the other records, we have not done any changes in the source table. We have not done any changes, even though there is no change in the source. So what it did, so it has updated the create date 852, and also it has updated the update date. That means whatever the options we have set in session properties, what it did, first time it has inserted all the records as expected. Second time, we have updated one record in the source table, and we are expecting to update only that record into the target table. But that session level update else insert option, it has updated entire table, all the columns it has updated. That is the meaning of this session properties, whatever we have set. Session level update else insert. So whatever the property we have set, update else insert. So this what it will do is, so this will insert update whole table. We should not do like that. So we should not record whatever there is no change. We have to update only the record where there is a change. Okay, but this session property which is there in Informatica session properties, update else insert option, this option, even though there is no change, it will update entire row or all the columns, all the table, it will be updated. That is the disadvantage of this option.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
If you have requirement to update whole table, if the record already present, it doesn't matter whether there is a change or if there is no change. Then if you want to update target table, whole table, then we have to set this option. But generally, we don't create this type of mapping in real time.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. Which is the reusable component in Informatica? A. Workflow. B. Maplet. C. Session. D. Mapping. Comment your answer below and subscribe to our channel to know the right answer.
Then why I have explained means, first you should have to understand what type of issues will be there. Update else insert means what? Whether it is going to update, like insert all the rows while updating, whether it is going to update all the columns or a whole table. This you should have to understand. From here, how we can overcome this, how we can update only the specific columns, how we can update the specific rows. This option, if you set, we have seen practically it has updated whole table, but we should not do like that. We were expecting to update only the specific columns. We have seen in session level update insert the session property, whatever is there. So that what it does is, so it has updated whole table. To overcome this, overcome means we have to update the specific column. Here address and update date, these two columns only we have to update. That means the specific columns we have to update. So to update the columns, we have update strategy transformation. Whenever we have a requirement to update the specific columns in the target table, then immediately in our mapping we have to create update strategy. This update strategy transformation has four tags. So one is dd underscore insert, dd underscore insert, dd underscore. So these are the four tags we have in update strategy. So whenever we create update strategy in our mapping, we have to write any one of these tags inside the update strategy transformation. Even though we have four tags, in real time, 99% we write only dd underscore update tag. What will happen if we write dd underscore update tag means at the back at runtime update strategy transformation, we'll write an update statement to update the specific columns in the target table. So dd underscore update tag, if we write inside the update strategy, then update strategy transformation columns in the target table. So update strategy transformation we use to update the specific columns in the target table. So even though we have the other tags dd insert, dd reject, dd delete, we never use in real time. So if you write dd underscore insert a tag inside the update strategy transformation, at runtime it will write the insert statement to insert the records into the target table. Like that, reject, it will reject the records, delete also to delete the records, but we never use these tags in real time. So in interview also, if they ask which tags you have used, you can say that dd underscore update, because no need to use this dd underscore insert, because if you directly connect from router or any other transformation to the target definition, it will be inserted. So to insert the data into the target table, no need to use update strategy transformation. Update strategy transformation mainly we use to update the specific columns in the target table. Whenever we create update strategy transformation, we have to write dd underscore update tag inside the update strategy transformation. And apart from this, we also have to select the session task. Put the session task under properties. We have to set option treat source row as data driven. So whenever we create update strategy, any one of the tag we have to write inside the update strategy, and then make sure in session task under properties tab, select treat source row as data driven option, so that it will update the specific columns in the target table. Now I have explained this scenario session level update else insert. There we have seen first time it has loaded all the records. Second time, even though there is no change, it has updated all the records into the target table. Now in the next scenario, what we are going to do is we are going to insert for the first time all the records. Second time, if there is any change, only those specific records we are going to update. If there is no change, we are not going to touch that record. So we will be updating those specific columns. The next scenario is mapping level update else insert. Also, this is SCD type 1. In this scenario, what we are going to do is first time we are going to load all the records. From second time, if there is any change in the source, we are going to update the specific columns in the target table, address and update date, and we are not going to touch the create date. And also, if there is no change, we are not going to touch those records. That is what we are going to update. We are going to implement in this scenario. So for this, the source emp mui underscore yes, source table mapping level update else insert underscore yes, employee number, employee name, address 1A HYD, 2B BLR, 3C CNI. This is the source table. And the target table emp mui underscore t, employee number, employee name, address, create date, and update date. Target table should have primary key constraint to perform update else insert. These are our source and target tables. First time we are going to insert all the records. Second time, only if there is any change, we are going to update those specific columns in the target table. And though no change, we are not going to touch those records. To perform update else insert here and to know whether the source record exists or not in the target table, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to join with the source table with the target. So like this, select star from emp mui underscore yes, alias name yes, left join. I'm going to do the left join emp underscore mui underscore t, alias name t, on s dot employee number is equals to t dot employee number. So what I'm doing here is we are joining source with the target table by using the left outer join. Why we are using the left outer join means to know whether the source record exists or not. Whatever the records written by this left outer join, based on the result set, we are going to decide whether the source record exists or not in the target table. That is the reason we have joined source with the target table by using left outer join. You understood, right? Why we are joining source with the target table? Because to know whether the source record exists or not, If the source record does not exist, we have to insert. If the source record already present, we have to update. So to decide which source record should insert and which source record to update, we have joined source with the target table by using the left outer join. Like this. This is the output of left outer join query. Now let me show you the same thing here. EMP underscore MUI underscore yes. So I have already this table, and let me update one of the record. This is the source table. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 records. The target. If there are records, I'm just truncating the target table so that we will not have anything in the target. I have already created those tables. This is the target table. So you can see here we have employee number, employee name, address, create date, update date, and this is the source table. Now, if I do the left join of these two tables, select star from source table alias name yes, left join alias name t on s dot employee number is to t dot employee number. So if I join like this, you can see there are no matching records. So it has written all the records from left side table, and for the corresponding we have null values here, right? So this is the left outer join result. Now, so same thing I have written here. Okay, so now by seeing this output, now we are going to decide which record should exist when whether a source record exists or not in the target table. From this result, take any one of the target column value. Take target employee number or target employee name or target address, target create date, target update date. Take any one of the column value, and if now I have taken the target employee number, t dot employee number. If t dot employee number is null, we have null value right in the target employee number. So currently we have target employee number is null. So when we will get the target employee number is null, whether the source employee number exists in the target table or does not exist. Can you tell me when we have got the target employee number null here, whether the source record exists or does not exist? Source employee number does not exist in target, right? The source employee number does not exist in the target table. Then we have the target employee number as null. Now in this case, if the source record does not exist in the target table, can you tell me whether the source record do we have to insert or update in the target table? If the source employee number does not exist in the target table, whether we have to send that record to insert or update? Insert. Yeah. So we have to send that record to insert. So like this, if the take any one of the target column value, if it is null means when we have got null value here means if the source record does not exist in the target table, then we have got the null value. Suppose let's say there is a record here, 1A UK, some create date and some update date is there. Now if we have the record like this, if we execute the query, so what is this query? First it returns the matching records from both the tables. The output of the query like this: 1A HYD, 1A UK, and some create date, update date. Like this we have. And for the below two records, there are no records, there are no matching records. It would be the same thing. So if there is a record in the target table, we will get the output like this. Now tell me here, target employee number is null or not null? This is null or not null now? Is not null. So now this is not null. So target employee number we have got not null. So when we will get target employee number as not null, whether the source employee number exists or does not exist in the target. So when we have got the target employee number as not null means if the source record already present in the target table, so that means source record already exists in the target table, we will get the target employee number as not null. So this when we will get not null means source already exists in target. We will get this target employee number as not now. If the source already present in the target table, to update the data in the target table, we check is there any change between source and target record. So source and target record, source address and target address we have to check. So if those are different, then only we have to update that record. So if they are same, we should not touch that record. In this condition, we also have to check source address not equal to target address. Correct. So if the source record already exists in the target table, To update the record in the target table, we also have to check source address not equal to target address. If they are different, then only we have to update, correct? So if that condition satisfies, now can you tell me whether the source, whether the target record needs to be updated with the source record or not? So first, target employee number should not be null, and if there is any change between source and target, then we have to update the target record with the source record. So what we did here, we have joined source with the target table to know whether the source record exists or not in the table insert. For that, we have joined source with the target table by using left outer join, and we have got this output. So by seeing this output, we are deciding whether the source record exists or not. How we are deciding means we have taken the target employee number, any one of the target column we can take. So here I have taken target employee number. So currently we have got the target employee number null. So when we have got null means if the source record does not exist here, then we have got null. So if the source record does not exist means we have to send that source record to insert. And when we will get the not null value here means if the source record already present, then we will get the not null value. And when we have to update means even though the source record already present in the target table, there should be change between source and target. So only if there is a change between source and target, then only we have to update. Correct? So understood these two logics? Any questions? Now we know which record should insert and which record should update. This is one condition and this is another condition, right? We have two conditions now. So if the first condition satisfies, then we have to send that record to insert. If the second condition satisfies, then we have to send that record to update. Okay, so now tell me to write these conditions, which transformation we have. So we have two conditions now. One is for to insert the data into the target table. The second condition to update the data in the if that condition satisfies, we have to send that record to update. So which transformation we have to create in our mapping to write these conditions? Filter transformation, we have to write the condition. Condition means filter transformation. But do you know how many conditions we can write in one filter? So one filter transformation allows to write only one condition. You cannot write more than one condition in one filter transformation. If you have multiple conditions like this, now we have two conditions. If you have two conditions, then you have to create two filter transformations. If you have 5 conditions, you have to create 5 filter transformations. If you have n number of conditions, then you have to create n number of filter transformations in the mapping. Creating n number of transformations in the mapping is not suggestible. Instead of creating filter, if you have multiple conditions to write, what other transformation we have where we can write multiple conditions?
Router.
Group. Exactly, router. Inside the router, we create the groups. If you have only one condition, you can go with the filter. If you have more than one condition, then it is suggestible to create a router transformation. So in router, in one router, we can write n number of conditions by creating n number of groups. In each and every group, you can write one in each and every group, you can write one condition. To write these two conditions, we have to create a router transformation in our mapping. Next. Now, what other transformations we have to create? So one source qualifier will be there. Now we have decided to create a router to write these two conditions and also to update the data in the target table, that to update the specific columns in the target table like address and update date. We also have to create update strategy transformation in the mapping. And what else transformations we have to create? Source qualifier. And then how we populate, create date, update date with system date. So are we getting the data from the source for these two columns?
Expression.
We also have to create expression transformation, router transformation, update strategy transformation. What else?
Yes.
These transformation, like since we know multiple transformation functionalities, we are implementing those transformations in the scenarios. So this is one of the scenario. This is not a transformation. Multiple transformations we are implementing in a scenario. Like the source qualifier, expression, router, and update strategy, we will be implementing in this scenario. Now we'll start creating it with the mapping. So in real time also what you have to do is directly you should not go and create a mapping. Before you create a mapping, you have to understand the requirement. What is the requirement? So here the requirement is first time we have to insert all the records. Second time, if there is any change, only we have to update the specific columns in the target table. If there is no change, we should not touch that record. This is the requirement. Implement this requirement. What transformations we have to create in our mapping? So you have to decide the list of the transformations. Now we have decided by default source qualifier will be there. Expression is for to populate, create date, update date with system date. router is for to write multiple conditions, and update strategy is for to update the specific columns in the target. Like this, we have to decide the transformations, and you should have to know the purpose of those transformations, why we are creating those transformations in the mapping. Now we are clear about the transformations list. So once you are clear with the transformation list, then you can start creating the mapping. First, I will draw the mapping here and I'll explain here. Then quickly we'll do the practical for that mapping. So first, import source definition, target definition. There's the source definition, employee number, employee name, address. Drag and drop the source definition into mapping designer. As soon as you drag and drop, along with the source definition, source qualifier will be created. This is source qualifier, and then the target definition. This is target definition. Here we'll have employee number, employee name, address, create date, update date. These are the columns in the target. Source qualifier, and this is the target definition. Till here, you know, importing source, importing target, drag and drop source, drag and drop target. Next, what we did here, we have joined source with the target table by using the left outer join to decide whether the source record exists or not. So I'll show you here how we can join source with the target table. So now let's start importing the source definition, target definition. Go to the menu, sources, import from the database, connect. Source is emp mui underscore yes. This is the source table. We'll search here for that. emp mui underscore yes. Select and click on OK. Source definition imported, and then target designer clear. Go to the targets, import from the database, connect. Target table emp mui underscore t. Search, select, open mui underscore correct and OK. Now target definition also imported. Go to the mapping, create a mapping. Mappings create m underscore mui underscore s underscore t. Source to target we are loading. Give the name and then open. Drag and drop the source definition from sources folder. Drag and drop the target definition from targets folder. So till here we did, right? The same thing here I have explained. So after importing source and target, to join target table is without using joiner. When we use joiner, that I will explain later. So before joiner transformation, since our source and target tables are there in the same database, source table and target table, they are under same database. If the source and target tables are under same database, what we have to do is we have to consider target also as a source. For that, what you have to do is go to the source analyzer. Here you have to import the target table. Sources, import from the database, connect. So here search for the target emp mui underscore t. You have to consider target also as a source. You don't need to create a new table. Already we have created target table. The same target table you have to import under source analyzer, because we have to join source with this emp mui underscore t table. So that is the reason we are importing this emp mui underscore t in our source. Select, search. Here we have got that. Click on OK. Now you can see emp mui underscore t, which is our target table, we have imported in our source analyzer. Why we have imported here? Because we have to join this emp mui underscore yes with emp mui underscore t. So to join, we have considered target also as a source, and we have imported that emp mui underscore t under source analyzer. After importing like this, go to the mapping. So here you also have to drag and drop emp mui underscore t from sources folder to the mapping designer. Now we have two sources. One is emp mui underscore yes, the other one is emp mui underscore t. So these two, source and target. So we have got like this. Now to join these two, what we have to do? How we can join these two sources? Any idea? After having two source definitions and two sources, how we can join these two? No. After having the two source definition and two source qualifiers, to join these two sources, what we have to do is select any one of the source qualifier, either first one or select second one. Select any one of the source qualifier, press delete button in your keyboard. It will ask you, do you want to delete that selected transformation? Click on yes. Now that second source qualifier I have selected and deleted. After deleting, you have to drag and drop deleted source qualifier corresponding source definition ports to the first source qualifier. Select all these ports drag and drop to the first source call file like this. So how we can join means delete any one of the source call file and source call file corresponding source definition ports, drag and drop to the first source call file. Now in this source call file, we have to write this join query, the left outer join query, whatever that query we have to write inside this file. We have to give the link from source call file to the next transformation. You have to write a query without creating the next transformation, without giving the links from source qualifier to the next transformation. If you write a query, then it is going to be invalid. Now, if you write a query here, it is going to be invalid. After writing a query, we have to validate. We cannot validate. The query cannot be validated. Why means we have to give the link. First, after giving the link from source qualifier to the next transformation, validate the query. Next to the source qualifier, we have to create expression here to populate target, create database. Expression, create, done. So expression transformation has created. Now select all these ports from the source qualifier, drag and drop to the expression. Done. Now you can validate the query. Open the source qualifier, go to the properties. Here, whatever query we have, we can validate it. Validate. Now you can see no errors detected. So always after giving the link from source qualifier to the expression or any other transformation, then only you have to validate the query. Done. We have validated, query is valid. And one more thing you have to remember here. Now from source qualifier, whatever the number of links we have given, if you have given 5 links from source qualifier to the next transformation, in your query select statement also, you have to select same number of 5 columns. Suppose here I have given 6 links, but I am selecting only 5 columns. Then also the query is going to be invalid. Whatever the number of links you are sending, whatever the number of ports you have connected from source qualifier to the next transformation, the same number of columns should be there in the select statement. So if you have more columns or less columns also, query is going to be invalid. Now we have written a left join query to join source with the target table. Now joiner, when it comes to the picture, when we have to use joiner transformation, if we are going to write a query to join the tables like this, when we use joiner transformation, when we use joiner means if the joining tables, so here the joining tables are emp underscore s and emp underscore t, these two are the joining tables. So here we have joined those two tables. If the joining tables are from different databases, not from the same database, or we also called it as heterogeneous sources. If they are from different database or heterogeneous sources, then we can use joiner transformation. If the joining tables are from same database, always we have to follow the same procedure to join the tables. If the joining tables are from heterogeneous sources, or one is a relational table, the other one is a flat file, we can join table with a file by using joiner transformation. That is also called heterogeneous sources. If we have heterogeneous sources, then only we have to create joiner transformation. Otherwise, if the joining tables are from same database, then you have to follow the same procedure by writing a query inside the source qualifier transformation.
I have tables, say table A and table B, for different schemas of a single database, Oracle. In that case, if we have two tables from different schemas, can we use the same approach which we have explained, or we have to use joiner transformation?
You can use the same approach because they are under same database but different schemas. That's fine. Database name is, now here the database name is ORCL is the database name. The username is or schema name is system. Under same ORCL, you can create another schema or another user, but you can join those two tables by writing a join query. So I'm telling different databases or different database types. Types would mean like one is Oracle, the other one is a DB2 or Teradata or Sybase, like that. Okay, a SQL Server, like that. The tables are from different databases, different data types of databases, or in Oracle only. If you have ORCL is one database and the other database ORCL1, that is different database. Okay, under Oracle only. But under one Oracle, I mean like database name is ORCL. Under one ORCL, this is the database name. Under ORCL, we can have multiple users or multiple schemas. Both are same. Users or schemas are same. So you can have multiple users or multiple schemas. So in that case also, you can use the same process to join the tables. What you have to do is, while importing, like the username you have to select differently. Currently I have selected these two by giving the username as system, but that time you have to give the different username password. Now you know when we have to use joiner and when we have to write a query here. Next, let me draw the same thing here, whatever I have explained here. The second, that is source, target, employee name, address, create date, update date. We have to keep only one source qualifier. Let me redraw once first source qualifier. We have only one source qualifier now. First columns, first three are from source. S dot employee number, S dot employee name, S dot address. Then from the below one, that is target, T dot employee number, T dot employee name, T dot address, T dot. So if you drag and drop, it is going to be like this only: employee number, employee name, address, and once more, if you have employee number, ENO. But for our understanding, written here S dot ENO, T dot ENO. Like this, we'll have the code from these sources. Next is source qualifier. We have to create expression. I'll draw the mapping here, and also I will explain practically so that you will understand in better way. So once you are able to S dot employee number.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. So, what is Informatica? A. Reporting. B. Modeling. C. ETL. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. And subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer.
S dot employee name, S dot address, T dot employee number, T dot employee name, T dot address, T dot update. So these are the columns, and mainly we have created this expression transformation to populate, created, updated with system date, CD underscore O, UD underscore O, output ports. At the end, we have to write underscore O for this output port. This is the expression, and once we drag, all these links will be there. Dot number, T dot employee name, T dot address, T dot create date, T dot update date. So after expression transformation, so here you have to write sysdate in these two ports. So after expression, you have to create router transformation to write these two conditions. Let me draw the router here. Expression has created to drag and drop all the router state not written. Remove the input for these two ports.
Your
Here
voice is
also
again
sysdate.
static.
Expression to router transformation, and then in router we have to create two groups. Since we have two conditions, we have to create two groups. The router, go to the group. Here we have two groups. Group name here, the condition we have to write. For understanding purpose, I have written if T dot employee number is null, but the same we have to write which first employee number, they are like, see here. So the first employee number, this is coming from MUI underscore S source. NO1 is from target. If this employee number is null, then we have to insert. So the same thing. This is insert group. The group. So in the first condition is null of target employee number, which is ENO1, the second one. So target employee number, validate, and in null of target employee, it comes out here, and source address not equal to target address. Source address not equal to target address, which is address underscore 1. This is the condition, right? Validate. Apply. So like this, now we have done with the router transformation. Same thing, let me draw here router transformation. drag and drop all the ports from expression to the router. S dot employee number, S dot employee name, S dot address, T dot employee number, T dot employee name, T dot address, T dot create date, T dot update date, and CD underscore O, UD underscore O. These are the ports from expression. And since we have created two groups, here insert and then update. Will be there like this. Insert group, update group, then default will be there. Now you can see the paint window, right? So from here, from expression, once it is connected, it will be like this. All the links will be there. From expression to router. After router, inside the router transformation, we have to write the conditions. Insert group condition is null of target employee number. Because here we have t.envo, so that's why I have written target employee number. Whereas here envo1, from the target table we are getting envo1, so that's why inside this router I have written envo1. For update, not is null of target employee number, and source address should not equal to target address. If they are different, then only we have to update. Let's say with this we have created a mapping session, workflow, everything, and it is ready to execute. We have started execution. As soon as we start execute, so left outer join query will execute first, which is there in source call file, and then we will get this output. From this output, source call file will select the first record 1A HYD null. All these values it will send it to expression to the router. So here the first record it will select from the result set 1A HYD null, and it will send to expression to the router. Now tell me, what are the values at router transformation? What is S dot employee number? What are the values at router transformation for the first record?
1 A HYD
T dot employee number,
null, everything null.
everything null, and sys date, here sys date 8383. These are the values at router transformation for the first record. These values router will send it to the below groups, insert and update group. Now from these two groups, which group condition will satisfy? Insert or update?
Insert.
Why insert?
Because target employee number is null.
That is the reason insert group will satisfy the condition. If insert group satisfies the condition, from insert group, if you directly connect to the target definition, it will insert that record into the target table. Now tell me, here there are two employee numbers, s.envo and t.envo. So from which employee number to the target definition we have to connect?
S dot employee number.
Why not t.employee number?
Because it's null.
Yeah, because it's null. If you connect t.employee number to the employee number, again it is going to insert the null value. So that's why you have to connect s.employee number to the employee number, s.employee name, s.address. Okay, and then cd underscore o to cd, ud underscore o to ud. Like this you have to connect. Now source employee data, it is going to be inserted like this. Employee number 1E HYD, create data 8/3/2019, update date 8/3/2019. So inserted first record. Second record from the result set will select to BPLR null. The source call for it will send it to expression to router. Now tell me, for the second record, which group will satisfy insert or update? Insert, right? So again, for the second record also we have t.employee number is null. So that's why insert group condition will satisfy. So it will insert that record into the target. Directly from insert group we have connected to the target definition. So that's why it will insert that record into the target table. For the third record also we have target employee number is null. Insert group condition will satisfy. It will insert that record into the target table. First time after successful of execution, whatever we are expecting, the same thing loaded into the target table. Second time, before we run, we'll update one record in the source table. This employee moved HYD to USA on 8/6. This update happened on 8/6. So we have got that update on 8/6. Now we are running this mapping on, let's say, on 8/6. So if we are running this mapping on 8/6, now first left outer join query will execute. What is the output of left outer join query now? So how many matching records are there? Matching records from both the tables and non-matching records from left side table. Now how many matching records are there? Based on condition it will check, right? S.envo equal to t.envo, not all the column values, only the condition. So source employee number matching with the target,
Okay.
yes, for matching
Okay.
value. For 2, source employee number 2, and check in the target table target employee number. Yes, 2 also present. For 3, yes, we have present. So only based on condition it will check for the matching value. How many matching values are there? There are 3 now. And non-matching records from left side table, there are no non-matching records, all we have matching records. So the output is going to be like this: 1A USA target table, 1A HYD, and sys date 8/3/2019 and update date 8/3/2019. Second record 2B BLR, source we have 2B BLR, target also we have 2B BLR and 8383. Third record 3C CNI, 3C CNI 8383. These are the values after doing the left outer join. From these values, source qualifier will select the first record and it will send to the expression to the router. Now tell me what are the values when we execute second time. What is S dot employee number from the result set?
1
What is S
A
dot employee number? 1A,
USA.
source address USA, T dot
1
employee number 1A,
HYD.
address HYD. Yes. So T dot PD 8383 CD underscore O sys date. So since we are executing this mapping on 86, so sys date is 86.
6.
This is also 86. Now these values it will send it to the below groups, insert and update. Now tell me which group condition will satisfy for these values?
Update.
Why update?
Because T dot employee number and S dot employee number is matching, and
Yeah, it's not matching. It's not null.
yeah,
T
sorry,
dot
it's
employee number is, it is not null. And
address is
also
different.
address is different, source address is different, target address is different, these values are different. Since the source record already present and there is a change between source and target record, we have to update. So update group condition satisfied for that, and these values it will send it to the update group. Now update group, if it has satisfied, so what we have to do, we have to update the specific columns in the target table, address and update table. So for that, in our mapping, we have to create update strategy transformation. Create update strategy transformation UPD. And then after creating, so is it necessary to drag and drop all the ports from update group to update strategy, or what ports we have to drag and drop? Update date we have to drag and drop because we have to update the update date. So that's why, which update date, td.ud or ud underscore o? ud underscore o, because that contains the system date. And then s dot address, because from source we have to take the latest one that we have to update in the target. So that's why we have to take the source address. Now let's say I have taken these two, and from update group to the target definition, we have to connect to update the data in the target table. Can we connect from this address to this address?
No,
No. Why?
it won't allow.
Why it won't allow?
Two inputs can't go to address. It will be confused.
Exactly. So this is called many to one. When like multiple ports to a single port, it will not allow to connect in Informatica. But one to many, one port to the many ports you can connect. So here we are trying to connect multiple ports to a single port. So multiple ports to single port won't allow. That is the reason what we have to do. We have to create an instance of the target definition. Copy of the target definition, select, copy, paste. The target definition instance will be created. This is called instance, target instance. Why we have created instance? Because many to one is not possible in Informatica. We cannot connect multiple ports to a single port. So that is the reason we create an instance of the target definition. Now from here, so we can connect address to the source address to the target address, update date to the update date. Now inside the update strategy, we have to write dd underscore update. That I will show you where to write. Okay, let's say we have written update dd underscore update tag inside the update strategy. This update strategy at the back at runtime, how it will write the update statement means it will write like this: update target table set address, which is target address, is equals to s dot address, and then ud is equals to ud underscore o, which is sys date. Like this it will write. Now this update statement, it is going to update address and update date. Now tell me, if you execute this update statement, it is going to update on how many rows in a table? All the rows. This update statement will update on the target table on all the rows. So are we expecting the same thing? No. what we are expecting, which row we have to update? Employee number 1. We know that it should have to update employee number 1. How Informatica knows? How update strategy knows that it should have to update the employee number 1 record, right? For that, generally what update strategy will do is it will write a where clause, where here I have asked you to create a primary key on the target table, right? So whichever the column is a primary key column in the target table, that column it is used in a where clause. If target table has employee number as a primary key column, if the target table has the employee number on the primary key column, employee name on the primary column, where class has key dot employee name. Whatever the column is there, primary key column in the target table, that column update strategy will write in a where class. So to this column we have to pass the input value. Yes, go ahead.
It is implicitly appended the where clause, or we have
Yes.
to.
We no need to write that where clause. Implicitly at runtime it will write the where clause. In that where it will take the primary key column from the table, target table. If there is no primary key created, then it is going to update whole table.
If we do not have the primary key in the target table, then what happens?
That is what I am telling. If there is no primary key constraint on the target table, it will not write a where clause. And if there is no where clause, what will happen? This update statement is going to update whole table. So whatever the record we have got here, that it is going to update entire table. If you want, you can check this one by creating a without primary key on the target. So it will update whole table for those two columns. Address and update date will be updated entire table for all the rows.
And how we can overcome this particular problem?
That is the reason. Make sure to have primary key in the target. So here I have created primary key on employee number, because we know that employee ID would be unique in any company. For one employee, he can have only one employee ID, not more than one employee ID, right? So that definitely we should have one primary key column in the target table. Without primary key, we cannot perform update else insert. It's mandatory to have primary key. Now, whatever primary key column is there, internally it will write the where clause, and to that where clause it will use that primary key column. Here why I have written t dot employee number, because the primary key column is employee number, target employee number. So internally it will take, we no need to write explicitly. So I'm just writing here how update strategy transformation internally it works, how it writes the update statement. If there is no primary key created on target, this where clause will not be there. Then it will update those two columns, entire table. So if there is a primary key column, then it will write a where clause, and that primary key column is used in the where clause. And to this primary key column, we have to send the value. From here update group, you have to take the source employee number, and you have to connect that source employee number to the target employee number. So if you connect like this, now in the where clause to this target employee number, it will pass the source employee number.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Now what is the source employee number we have got here? 1. It will send 1. Source address is USA and the update date is 86. So these values update strategy will get from update group. That is the reason we have to take the value to connect it to the primary key column. If you don't take primary key column value, then it will update whole table. Apart from the columns which we are going to update in the target table, we also have to take the value to connect it to the primary key column, because that primary key column it is going to use in a where clause. Now this update statement is going to update how many records now? For which record it is going to update? Only for the first record. It will update the address with USA and the update date 86. Is it going to touch the create date? 86. First record updated successfully. Next, from the result set, it will select the second record, 2BBLR, 2BBLR. Source qualifier, it will select the second record, it will send it to expression to router. Now tell me, for this second record, which group condition will satisfy? Insert or update? No insert, no update. None of the group conditions will satisfy, because when like target employee number is not null, but source address and the target address both are same. There is no change. None of the group condition will satisfy. It will leave that record as it is. Same for the third record. There is no change, no insert, no update, it will leave that record as it. So after second time successful of execution, we will find the data in the target table like this. So quickly, I will implement the same thing here. So after router, we have to connect. Now you can see from insert group to the target, I have connected create date, update date to the target definition, create date, update date. And here while explaining, I have created update strategy before we execute second time. But while practicing update strategy also you create in the beginning itself. Like this, we can create update strategy. From update group to the update strategy, as I told you, source employee number, and then source address, and then update date. Create an instance of the target definition, right click, copy, right click, paste. So that the target instance will be created from employee number to the target employee number, address to the address, update date to the update date. That's it. Inside the update strategy, we have to go to the properties tab. Under properties, we have to write dd underscore update. Validate. Done. So with this, we have created mapping. Mapping is done. Go to the repository, save. So once it is saved, you can see the status mapping is valid. Done. After creating a mapping, what we have to do is, as a developer, we have to format this mapping in a proper format. So now to do alignment, so we have to right click here, arrange all. So like this, once it is arranged, mapping will be properly arranged like this. So if you don't arrange like that, by seeing, I mean, like if you join as a fake, then they'll understand that you're not real time guy. So you have to follow all the standards, the naming conventions and the formats and all. We have done with the mapping. Now we have to create a session task. So for that, open the workflow here, tasks, create session task, s underscore emui underscore s underscore create, select the mapping, click on OK, done. Session task has created. Then go to the workflows, create wf underscore m underscore emp or mui underscore s underscore t. Click on OK, drag and drop the session task here, give the link. And one more thing, if there is a primary key constraint on the target, make sure here under mapping tab, select the targets, this option target load type, set it to normal. So we'll discuss later the difference. So if there is a primary key constraint in the target, you have to set target load type as normal. So target definition and target instance, both places you have to set this to normal. So if the primary key constraint is there, then bulk mode it will not allow. We have to change it to normal. So why means that there is an explanation. So I'll explain that later. For time being, your target load type to set it to normal, apply, okay, save. That's it. With this, we have implemented everything to perform update else insert, and now we can execute. Right click, start execute. First time we are expecting to load all the data from the source to target. So this is the session task. You can see all the 5 rows. So here there are 2 targets. So this is the source 5 and T2 is the target instance. So here we can see in the mapping T2 is the update. From update strategy it has connected T2. Okay, so if there are any records updated, that count we can see here, but corresponding to T2 you can see the count as 0. That means none of the records for the first time has updated. So all the 5 records are inserted. MUI underscore T is the target which is connected from insert group, and all the records got inserted, all the 5 records. So now to see the output, execute this query, target table, we have got all the 5 records. Copy this output here to cross check after execution of the second run. Now we will update one of the source record. So for employee number 1, we will change the address HYD to USA. Update source table MUI underscore yes, set address is equals to USA, where employee number is equals to 1. Okay, execute, 1 row updated. To make sure to execute commit also. Execute commit, data won't save permanently. So now in the source table number 1, we have address as USA, whereas target table we have address as HYD. Now we are going to execute second time. So this time we are expecting to update only address and update date for employee number 1, and there are no other updates for the other records. Those records, whatever the dates are there, it should not touch. Now we'll execute second time, start task, started execution. We can see the statistics here. So you can see from the source it has selected 5 records, and T2 the count you can see 1, right? That means only 1 record got updated in the target table, and insert to the mu underscore t connected from insert group 0. So none of the records got inserted. By seeing this, we can say that only 1 record got updated. You execute the query, and you can see the difference here. For the employee number 1, address got updated to USA, and the update date also got updated. So you can see for employer on earlier it was 1049, now it is 1051. You can see the difference in the timestamp. How about create date? Is it updated? No. So earlier it was 1049, current also 1049. How about the other records? Is there any change in the other records? There is no change. Only whatever we have updated in the target table, specific column address and update date got updated. So again, to update this record, employee number 1, commit. So third time, before execute, I have updated again to UK, and we are executing third time. Start task, started execution. You can see only 1 record got updated. Whatever the data is there in the source, the same updated here. And 1053, before it was 1051, now it is 1053. And for the other records, there is no change. And also we'll insert 1 new record. We'll insert 1 new record in the source table, and we'll execute and see whether that record inserted into the target table or not. Employee number 6. So I've inserted 1 record, commit in the source table. Now in the source table, can you please be on mute? We have 1 record here, inserted new record. 1 new record got inserted, 6th record. Target table, we don't have that 6th record. Now we will execute. Only that record needs to be inserted into the target table. Then the other records, no insert, no update. Now we can see the statistics of that. You can see there are total 6 records in the source table, and to the target only 1 record inserted, and update 0. Target table, we have got only that new record got inserted with that date. So for the other records there is no change. So whatever the data present in the source, same we are maintaining in the target. This is called SAD type 1. We'll start with the lookup transformation, and we'll see how we can use lookup transformation. There are different scenarios. We'll go through one by one. So lookup transformation is one of the most important transformations which we have in Informatica, because many of the mappings we create lookup transformation in real time. The same scenario, whatever I have explained in the last class, the same scenario, again we will be implementing that update else insert SAD type 1 by using the lookup transformation. So this lookup transformation SAD type 1 using lookup. So this is the scenario. EMP LKP underscore yes, employee number, employee name, address, 1A HYD, 2B PLR, 3C CNI. So like this we have source table, EMP LKP underscore T, employee number, employee name, address, create date, update date. So like this, there are 5 columns in the target table. Here we have primary key constraint. Here also what we are going to do, we are going to perform update else insert. We know what is meant by update else insert, right? So here also we are going to perform the update else insert. In the last class example, what we did, we have joined source with the target table by using the left outer join. Whatever the result written by that left outer join query, based on that result, we have decided which record should insert into the target table, which record should be updated. But here, instead of writing the join query in the source qualified transformation, we are going to create a lookup transformation. By using the lookup transformation, we are going to join source with the target table, and whatever the records or whatever the result written by the lookup transformation, based on that result, we are going to decide which record should insert into the target or which record should update in the target table. Once we have decided to create a lookup transformation, then what we have to do is we have to follow these steps. The first step, before we create a lookup transformation in the mapping, what we have to do is we have to decide lookup table. lookup table from joining tables. Now we have to join these two. So source with the target table we have to join. Why we have to join? Because to know whether the source record exists or not in the target table, we have to join source with the target table. So by joining only, whatever the result will get, based on that result we will decide. For that, first we have to create a lookup transformation. Before we create a lookup transformation, we have to decide the lookup table from joining tables. What are the joining tables here? The source and the target. These two are the joining tables. Why we have to decide lookup table? Because to improve the performance of the lookup transformation or to improve the performance of the mapping, first we have to decide what is the lookup table. How to decide which is the lookup table? Less number of rows or primary key table or parent table.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. Which is the reusable component in Informatica? A. Workflow. B. Maplet. C. Session. D. Mapping. Comment your answer below and subscribe to our channel to know the right answer.
We can consider as a lookup table. Less number of rows table or parent table we can consider as a lookup table. Currently, by seeing these two tables, we can say target table contains 0 records, whereas source table contains 3 records. From these two tables, which table contains less number of rows? Obviously target. By seeing only, we can say that target contains 0 records. That is the reason we can consider target as a lookup table. Not only as of today, we have to think about future also. In future, which table is going to have the less number of records and which table is going to have more number of records? Like that, we have to think about the future, and then based on that we have to decide. So today you can have target 0 records, maybe tomorrow target may have 10 records, whereas source can have 3 records. In that case, it's now by seeing today, since we have 0 records in target table, we cannot decide that target as a lookup table. So we have to think about future also, which table is going to have the less number of rows. On top of that table, we have to create a lookup transformation. So now, since this is SCD type 1, always target table will have less number of data compared with the source table. Since this is SCD type 1, always target contains the less number of rows compared with the source table. Now currently we have 3 rows. So after successful of first time execution, all these 3 records will be loaded into the target table. After successful of execution, both source and target contains 3 rows. Tomorrow, let's say there may be chance to have new inserted record in the source table, even though there is no new inserted record in the existing 3 records only. Will, if there is any update at that time also, both the tables are going to have the same number of rows. If there is any new record inserted in the source table, then target will have 3 rows, whereas the source contains 4 rows. By comparing these things, we'll come to know that in future also, definitely target going to have less number of data compared with the source table. Like this, first we have to decide which table is going to have the less number of rows or which table going to have the more number of rows in future also. Why we have to decide which table is going to have, what is the purpose of selecting less number of rows table as a lookup table means, after this completion of this scenario, you will come to know, again I will tell you that time why we have selected less number of rows table as a lookup table. For time being, we have to consider less number of rows table as a lookup table. In these two tables, we have decided now target table as a lookup table. Remember, not always target as a lookup table. Not always lookup as a target table. In this scenario, since we have to join source with the target table, we have compared these two tables. Since from these joining tables, target is having the less number of rows. That's the reason in this scenario we have considered target as a lookup table. Maybe in the another scenario, source can be a lookup table, or apart from the source and target table, the third table, if you have one more table, that table also can have the lookup table. It is not mandatory that always we have to create a lookup on the target table. What we have to consider means whichever the table is going to have the less number of rows from the joining table, that table we have to consider as a lookup table. Now let's say since we have this target table contains less number of rows, we have considered this table as a lookup table. After deciding the lookup table, The second step, you have to create a lookup transformation. Create lookup transformation. Now go to the mapping designer. Here I am not going to create a mapping for that. I'll draw the mapping here, but here I'll just show you how to create a lookup transformation. After the class, by seeing this screenshot, you have to create a mapping. Let me create a mapping m underscore lkp s underscore t. So first you have to import the source definition, import target definition, drag and drop source, drag and drop target. Click on OK. Okay, so here for time being, I will be using empmu underscore s as a source, empmu underscore t as a target. This is a target. Now let's say we'll be using empmu underscore t as a lookup table for the first time. Go to the menu, transformation, create. From this list, you have to select the lookup transformation. So here we have the lookup. Select the lookup, give the name to the lookup. Lookup transformation name always starts with LKP underscore some meaningful name you can give. Create. As soon as we click on create a button here, it will ask us to select the lookup table. See, select the lookup table for lookup transformation. So to create a lookup transformation, it is mandatory to select the lookup table. So that is the reason before we create a lookup transformation, we have to decide which table is the lookup table. Now we have already decided our lookup table. So this target has a lookup table here. So now it has selected the targets tab here. Under the targets, whatever the target definitions are there, all those target definitions you will find. As I told you, not always target as a lookup table. You can see source. If you click on source, all the source definitions you will find here. Source definition, on top of the source also we can create a lookup. And not only source and target, so you can also import the third table. Even though if you have not imported that table in the source designer, source analyzer, or a target designer, so you can directly import from the lookup table from here, from relational table. You can connect to any other third party, third database. So from there also you can import that lookup table like this, not under the same schemas, not under from same databases. So here we are importing the table, the lookup table, by connecting to the third user or third schema or third database, any other database. So lookup transformation, not only from the same database, we can also import the tables from different databases or different schemas. And also flat file. We can also join table with a flat file by using the lookup transformation. Here import from the file. By selecting this option, it will ask you to select the flat file which you want to join with the source. So for now, the flat file still we have not started. We'll discuss about the flat files later. So for now, since we have decided the lookup table as a target table here, select this as a target table as a lookup table, click on OK. As soon as we click on OK, lookup transformation will be created.
Source qualifier tab.
Yes, source qualifier tab contains the source qualifiers. Now, suppose let's say in any other mapping, hold on, let me show you that what source qualifiers are there. But most of the times the lookup table can be like target or some other table, not the source qualifier. Okay, that mapping has not saved. Mapping create m underscore lkp underscore s underscore t. Sources mu underscore s, targets mu underscore t, and then we have to create a lookup transformation. Create from this list, select the lookup transformation lkp, create. As soon as we click on create, it will ask us to select the lookup table. Selected, click on OK, done. So with this, the lookup transformation has created. Now whatever the transformations till now you have created, like expression transformation, normalizer transformation, filter transformation, router transformation, all those transformations don't have any ports by default, right? We drag and drop the ports from source qualifier to those transformations, but here we have got the ports here. We have not created any ports in lookup transformation, or we have not added any ports in lookup transformation. Then from where we have got these ports? These ports are copied from lookup table. Whatever the ports are there in the lookup table, while creating a lookup transformation, we have selected the lookup table, right? From that table, all the ports will be copied to the lookup transformation. Lookup transformation contains lookup table ports, and these ports are having only output ports. There are no input for this. You cannot connect any from previous transformation to these ports. But you can take the values from the lookup table. By passing the input value to this lookup transformation, you can get the output value from the lookup table. So now we have decided to join source with the lookup, that is target. Now we have created a lookup on the target table. After creating a lookup transformation, then third step, what we have to do is we have to drag and drop only joining port from SQ to lookup. What we have to do after creating a lookup transformation, these steps are fixed. Whenever you create these lookup transformation, these steps are fixed. You can follow the same steps. Drag and drop only joining port from source qualifier to lookup. I'll tell you why. What is that source qualifier tab? So here the joining tab is joining port is employee number. Only employee number we can drag and drop here. Not required to drag and drop all the ports to the lookup transformation. What I have written, drag and drop only joining port. Joining port means from source to the target based on which column we are going to join, employee number. So here also we have employee number, here also we have employee number. So based on employee number, we are going to join these two. After drag and dropping employee number, that is joining port, then fourth step, add joining condition. We have to add the joining condition. Open the lookup transformation, go to the condition tab. Currently there are no condition. So here we have a button to add a new condition. So as soon as you click on button, a new joining condition will be added. So left side you have lookup table column, which is employee number. Right side you have employee number. This is from source. And also you can see operator here. We have equal to operator. As I told you earlier, joiner transformation supports only equal to operator, whereas lookup transformation, if you click on this lookup equal to operator, you can see less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, not equal to. Whichever the operator you want, you can use here in join condition. But most of the times we use equal to operator. Sometimes very rare case we use other than equal to operator. So if you want to use other than equal to operator, then also definitely we have to create a lookup transformation, no joiner. There that equal to operator is fixed. You cannot change that joining condition operator. We have added a join condition. Click on apply. Okay, so that's it. So we have added a join condition. So these four steps are fixed whenever we create lookup transformation. So till now, whatever I've explained, the same thing I will draw here. The mapping, rest of the mapping you have to create after the class. So here I will draw the mapping and I'll explain how the lookup transformation works. So this is source definition, employee number, employee name, address, source qualifier, and then target definition, employee number, employee name, address, created, updated. This is source definition, source qualifier, and this is target definition. Then we have to create a lookup on target here to join source with the target. This is the lookup transformation, and then lookup transformation name is LKP. So here we have employee number, employee name, address, created, update date. So after creating a lookup transformation, we have to drag and drop the joining port. So since ENO already there, so again if you drag and drop the same port, it is going to give the name as ENO1. This link will be there from source qualifier to the lookup. So the joining condition would be ENO is equals to ENO1. So till here we did the same thing in the mapping designer. Now let's say with this we have created a mapping session, workflow, everything we have done. Let's say it is ready to execute. As soon as we start execute, what it will happen? First, it will connect to the integration service. Integration service will start the DTM engine for this mapping. DTM means data transfer manager engine. It will start for this mapping. DTM engine, first it will validate the mapping. It will validate source and target connections. If everything is valid, then DTM engine, it will enable the reader thread. Reader thread, if we have lookup transformation in the mapping, reader, what it will do is at the beginning of the execution, so since we have the lookup transformation in the mapping, it will create a cache. That cache name called static cache. Static cache is a copy of a lookup table. In temporary memory, a temporary table will be created. That temporary table contains what columns and what data means. It's a copy of a lookup table. What is the lookup table? This is the lookup table in the mapping. Target is the lookup table. Copy of the Lookup table means it is going to be like this. This is the static cache. Now static cache created with how many records? 0 rows. We don't have any data here because lookup table contains 0 records. So that is the reason static cache also created 0 records. While creating a static cache, if lookup table contains 1 million rows, with the same 1 million rows static cache also will be created. But now since we don't have any data in the lookup table, that is the reason static cache also created with 0 records. So always static cache will be created at the beginning of the execution. As soon as we start execute, if you have a lookup transformation in the mapping, first step, it creates the static cache for that lookup transformation. Static cache is a copy of a lookup table. Whatever the number of rows are there in the lookup table, with the same number of records, static cache will be created. Now done, static cache created. After creating a static cache, now reader will go and check in the source qualified transformation. Is there any query written in a pre-SQL or SQL field? If there are any queries, then those pre-SQL or SQL queries will execute. We know pre-SQL query will execute at the beginning of the execution. Before executes the pre-SQL query, first it creates the static cache, and then reader it will go to the pre-SQL query, there it will check. So if there is no pre-SQL query, and if there is no SQL query inside the source qualifier transformation, then source qualifier record by record, it will start reading. Reader will read row by row from the source table. First row, we have 1A HYD, and from source qualifier, we have connected only employee number. 1 it will send. So the first record employee number is 1. Source qualifier will send 1 to the lookup transformation. Now the lookup transformation has received the input value from source qualifier as 1. As soon as lookup transformation receives the input value, lookup transformation's responsibility to look for the matching value or matching record inside the static cache under employee number column, because here we have written a join condition. Take the source employee number, look into the static cache, lookup employee number. For that we have written a join condition here. Based on this condition, lookup transformation, whatever input value it receives, for that input value, it will start looking for the matching record inside the static cache under employee number column. Remember, lookup transformation will not look for the matching record inside the target table. No, it will not look for the matching record inside the target table. No, right? So remember, always lookup transformation, where it will look for the matching record. Always it looks for the matching record inside the static cache only. Even though now currently the lookup table and the static cache both are same, still it will not go and look for the matching record inside the lookup table. Always it looks for the matching record inside the static cache. It will not go to the lookup table. Always it looks for the matching record inside the static cache. Now whatever input value it has received, for that input value, do we have matching record inside the static cache? Do we have matching record inside the static cache for that input value? No, we don't have any matching record. If there is no matching record found for that any input value, then lookup transformation ports contains null values. All the lookup transformation ports contains null values. It returns null values. Whatever input value it has received, for that input value, if there is no matching record found inside the static cache, then lookup transformation ports contains null values. All the lookup transformation ports returns null. If lookup employee number, I have taken the lookup employee number as null. When we will get the lookup employee number as null, for the source record, if there is a existing record in the target table or not. When we have got the lookup employee number as null here, whether the source record exists in the target table or does not exist.
Does not exist.
Right? So if the source record does not exist, then we will get the lookup employee number. Always we have to take the primary key column in the condition. Join, I mean like this is condition. When we will get the employee number as null, lookup employee number as null, if there is no matching record in the target table, we have got here lookup employee number as null. So if lookup employee number is null, that means the source record does not exist in the target table. If this condition satisfies, that means the source record does not exist in the target table. If the source record does not exist in the target table, then what we have to do? We have to send that source record to insert into the target table. If this condition satisfies, that means the source record does not exist, then send that source record to insert into the target table. This is one condition. Now, next, another case. Suppose let's say we have a record here, 1A UK, some create date and some update date is there. Now we have the data in the target table. As soon as we start execute, we know first static cache will be created. So since we have one record in the target table or lookup table, static cache will be created with this one record. Now the static cache has created. After creating a static cache, source qualifier will send to the first record 1A HYD. First one it will send to the lookup transformation. Lookup transformation as soon as it receives the input value, it will start looking for the matching record inside the cache. Now, do we have matching record for whatever input value it has received? Do we have matching record? Yes. Yeah, matching record is there. As soon as the matching record found, now lookup transformation ports contains the corresponding matching record. Look up employee number from the static cache, whatever the employee number is there. Look up employee name from static cache, whatever employee name is there. Corresponding matching value, the corresponding row data will be there at lookup transformation ports. Employee name from the static, whatever employee name in the static cache, that name. Address from the static cache, UK. Created from static cache, updated from static cache. Like this, if there is a matching record found inside the static cache, lookup transformation ports doesn't have the null values, it has not null values. That means not null means corresponding matching record values will be there at lookup transformation ports. Now, when we have got this not null, if lookup employee number is not null, so when we have got the not null here, whether the source record exists in the target table or does not exist. When we have got the not null here, means now we are seeing here the one employee number exists in the target table. Since it exists in the target table, here lookup we have got not null value. Okay, since the lookup employee number is not null, that means source record already present in the target table. When we have to update, so if the source record already present in the target table, directly we have to update. We also have to check, is there any change between source and target record? Even though the source record is present in the target table, we also have to check, is there any change between source and target record? If there is any change, then only we have to update. Otherwise, we have to leave that record as it is. Here we also have to check and source address not equal to which address we have to check? Lookup address. Lookup means the static cache address. So here source address is HYD and the lookup address from static cache, what we have got? We have got UK. So those are different, right? Those two addresses are different. So now since lookup employee number is not null, that means source record already present in the target table and the source address not equal to lookup address. That means we have to send that source record to update in the target table. This is update condition. Like this, whatever the data written by that lookup transformation, based on that we can decide whether the source record should insert into the target table or whether we do we have to update.
One quick question: static cache gets created only for the lookup transformation or for other transformation also? Do you have this?
No, only for lookup transformation static cache will be created. For the other transformations, cache also will be created, but not the static cache. For example, joiner transformation. Joiner transformation also creates the cache. What type of cache joiner will create means joiner creates master cache and detail cache. There are two types of caches in joiner transformation, master and detail. So it depends on the transformation, the cache name also will change. So lookup creates static cache, joiner creates master and detail. Sorter aggregator also, they also creates the caches, but not the static cache. Those are different cache. So static cache created by lookup transformation. So now let's say here we have created source and targets and we have also created a lookup, created static cache. We know when lookup transformation ports will have null values, when lookup transformation ports will have not null values. Next, we'll create the next transformation. So after lookup, we'll create an expression here to populate, create date, update date with system date. This is expression. From lookup, I'm going to take employee number and address because I'm going to use those lookup employee number and the lookup address in the conditions. So that is the reason I'll be taking employee number from the lookup. So if you drag and drop from lookup to the expression transformation, it is going to be ENO. But for our understanding purpose, I have renamed it to L_L. So that means that port is coming from the lookup transformation. So that is the reason I have renamed that port to ENO_L so that it will be easy to understand. In the same way, address_L. And then from source, employee number, employee name, address, and then we have to create two new ports, CD_O, UD_O. So these two ports are to populate, create date, update date with system date. So since for the first time we don't have anything, I'll remove these things. From source directly you can drag and drop to the expression. No need to drag and drop all those ports to the lookup. Only joining port you can drag and drop. Others are not required. So like that, directly from source qualifier we can take to the expression. And here CD_O, UD_O, sysdate. And then after expression transformation, since we have these two conditions, insert and update group condition, they are multiple conditions, so we have to create a router transformation. This is router. Drag and drop the ports from expression to router. ENO_L, address_L, employee number, employee name, address, CD_O, UD_O. So all these ports we have taken from expression to the router. Then how many groups we have to create in router? We have to create two groups because we have two conditions. So that's the reason we have to create two groups. In the last class, I have shown you where to create the groups and where to write those two conditions and why we have to create two groups. Insert group. In insert group, we'll have all these ports. Then update group, and we'll have default. We are not going to use the default here. If you want to track any rejected records or incorrect records or invalid records, then we are going to use the default group. So we'll create one error table or log table. That error table or log table is for to store all the rejected records. So from default group, if you connect to that log target definition, all the rejected records will be loaded into that target table or a log table. So that one I have explained in the router transformation scenario. So you can refer the recording of the router transformation, how to create that error table and how to use that error table here and how we can track the rejected records or error records into that error table. After creating a router, here we'll have two groups, insert and update group. This is default group. The same mapping in the last class we have created practically the mapping level update else insert I have shown you. So here just instead of writing the join query, we have created a lookup transformation. So that is the reason I have not created the mapping again. So you have to practice this one after the class. Okay, after giving the links like this, now in insert router transformation, you have tried the conditions like this. Insert group. So here you have tried is null of ENO_L. So because here in router I have written ENO_L, so that is the reason this condition, if lookup employee number is equals to null, we have to write like this inside the router. Update group condition, not is null of ENO_L and address, which is source address, not equal to address_L. Right? So this is update group condition. So like this, we can write insert or update group conditions, and then from insert group, source employee number to the target definition, source employee name, source address, CD_O to CD, UD_O to UD. Like this, we can connect to the target definition, and then next to the update strategy, update group, we have to create update strategy transformation. So I have explained what is update strategy, why we have to create update strategy, what tags will be there in update strategy, and what ports we have to take from update group to update strategy. So we have to take the employee number, address, source address, and UD_O. This is update strategy, and From update strategy, we cannot connect it to the existing target definition because many to one is not possible. In Informatica, that is multiple ports to single port we cannot connect. So that is the reason we have to create a copy of this target definition. This is called target instance. We have to create a target instance. From update group to the target definition, create like this. Inside the update strategy, we have to write dd_update. That's it. So with this, everything is done. We have created a mapping, and for this mapping, we'll create session workflow and then execute. As soon as we start execute, as I told you, since we have a lookup transformation beginning of the execution, static cache will be created. So currently lookup table contains 0 records. So that's the reason static cache also created with 0 records. After creating a static cache, source qualifier will send the first record from the source table 1A HYD. 1 it will send it to the lookup transformation. Lookup will receive input value from the source and it will look for the matching record. We don't have matching record here inside the static cache. Since there is no matching record, lookup transformation ports contain null values. From the lookup, we have taken employee number and address, and from source employee number, name, address, and this expression to the router we have connected. What are the values at router transformation for the first record? What is en_l? What are the values at router? So this is null. Address_l.
Null.
Employee number
1.
1. This is from source. Employee name A. Address
HYD.
HYD and created updated 2019. So these are the values at router transformation for the first record. Okay, so these values router will send it to the below groups. Below we have insert and update group. So from those two groups, which group condition will satisfy? Insert group, because en_l we have null, so that's why insert group condition will satisfy. Insert group we have connected to the target, and so that's the reason it will send the source values to the target. 1A HYD created 8/4/2019, update date also 8/4/2019, and then second record. So second record from the source to VLR. This is the second record. To it will source qualifier will send it to the lookup transformation. Lookup will look for the matching record here. Do we have 2 here? There is no matching record. For the second record also, since there is no matching record, so lookup transformation ports contain null values. Same lookup employee number null, address null. So here to the router we have sent, like a router employee number and address would be null. So those values it will send to the below groups, below insert and update. So for the second record also insert group condition will satisfy. Since insert group condition satisfies, it will insert that record into the target table to VLR and the same dates. Next third record 3CCNI, 3 it will send to the lookup transformation. Lookup will look for the matching record inside the static cache. There is no matching record. Since there is no matching record, again lookup transformation ports contain null values. Since the lookup employee number is null, it will send that null to the below groups. Like insert group. Insert group will satisfy the condition for that record. 3C CNI, and these are the dates: create date, update date.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
For the first time, we don't have any data in the lookup table. Static cache will created with 0 records. And then after creating a static cache, source qualifier record by record it has processed for all the source records. We don't find any matching record inside the static cache. So that is the reason lookup return.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. So what is Informatica? A. Reporting. B. Modeling. C. ETL. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. And subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer.
Null values for all those three. For all the 3 source records insert group condition satisfied, and all the 3 records inserted inside the target table. So first time whatever we have expected, all the 3 records loaded successfully. One thing we have to observe here, static cache created at the beginning of the execution, and even though the records are getting inserted inside the lookup table, so do you find are these records also getting inserted inside the static cache? That means static cache, while creating a static cache, whatever the number of records will be there in the lookup table, with those number of records static cache will be created. Even though during the execution the records are getting inserted inside the lookup table, static cache won't create, or it won't allow to insert any records, or it won't allow to update any of the records. None of the records will be inserted or updated during the execution. Beginning of the execution with whatever the number of records or whatever the data it has created, till end of the execution, static cache remains the same. So that is the reason we call that cache name as static. What is meant by static? Static means it's fixed. So it is fixed. So at the beginning of the execution, with whatever the number of records static cache created, till end of the execution, even though the records are getting inserted inside the lookup table, static cache won't allow to insert, or it won't allow to update any of the records. No. Then after loading all the source data into the target table, now there are no records to process, right? So now what it is going to do, it is going to display the succeeded message in the monitor, right? Before it displays the succeeded message in the monitor, that is the end of the execution, whatever the static cache it has created, it is going to be deleted from the memory. Static cache created at the beginning of the execution, during the execution none of the records it allowed to insert, and after processing all the source data into the target table, before it displays the succeeded message, static cache will be deleted from the memory. We no need to delete explicitly. Internally, automatically this cache will be deleted at the end of the execution. Again, when the static cache will be created?
At the beginning.
The next time, in the next run, beginning of the execution, cache will be created. Now in the next run, so if you start execute, so with how many records cache will be created?
Whatever we.
Yes, not in the target lookup table. So we should have to say lookup table. Second time, let's say before we execute, this person mode HYD to USA on 8.6. There is a change. We have got the change on 8.6. We are going to execute this mapping on 8.6. So if you are going to execute this mapping on 8.6, we know lookup transformation creates the static cache. Now this time, how many records are there in the lookup table? There are 3 records. With these 3 records, cache will be created. Now this time static cache contains 3 records because lookup table contains 3 records. Beginning of the execution, while creating a static cache, since it's a copy of a lookup table, all those 3 records are available inside the static cache. After creating a cache, now source qualifier will send the first record 1A USA, 1 it will send to the lookup transformation. Lookup will look for the matching record inside the cache. So now do we have matching value? Yes, we found the matching record for that. So as soon as the matching record found, the lookup transformation ports contain the corresponding values of that matching record. Those values it will send into expression to the router. Okay, can you tell me what are the values at router transformation for the first record when we execute second time? What is en1 underscore l? 1. From where?
From the lookup. I mean from the
yeah. And address underscore l?
HYD.
HYD. So from the cache, we are getting these values. Lookup will get the values from the cache. Okay, now this employee number is the source employee number. A and the address?
USA.
From the source. And sysdate 86. These are the values at router transformation. Router will send these values to the below groups. Which group condition will satisfy for these values? Update. Because in update we have not is null of en1 underscore l. This is not null, and source address should not equal to the lookup address. This is the source address USA and the lookup address is HYD. Both are not equal. So that's why update group condition will satisfy. Update group we have connected to the update strategy. Update strategy employee number 1. Address source address is USA and the update date is 86. These 3 values update strategy will send it to the target. So those values it will be updated inside the target table. So this address will be updated for the employee number 1 because that's the primary key column. Where class will going to have that primary key column value USA and for the update date 86. These 2 columns are going to be updated. Done. So first record got updated. Next, Second record, 2B VLR, 2 it will send to the lookup will look for a matching record. Yes, we have 2 here. For the 2 corresponding values, lookup will send it to expression to the router. Can you guess which group condition will satisfy for the second record? None of the group condition will satisfy, because even though the source record exists in the target table, there is no change. Source address and the lookup address both are same. That's why none of the group conditions will satisfy. It will not do anything for that record, because we have not connected that record to, we have not connected default to any other target. So that's why it will leave that record as it is. After second time successful of execution, you'll find the data in the target table like this. Whatever the data is present in the source, the same we have in the target. That is called type 1, SAD type 1. So here we have used lookup transformation to join source with the target table, source record exists or not. Now we know what is lookup transformation, how to create a lookup transformation, what is static cache, when the static cache will be created and when it will be deleted, and again when it will be recreated. During the execution, that cache will be deleted or not. All these things we have covered.
So let's first start with an architecture. So in architecture of 9.6.1, it is divided mainly into the 3 parts. The first one is the application clients, the second one is the application services, and third one is the repositories. Now what's the first layer? It's a client. So what it suggests, that whatever is visible to the customer or to the developers, that are the clients. These are the 2 objects which are visible to the developer, to the clients. So Informatica developer and the Informatica administrator, these are the 2 application clients which are actually working space for the developer, where actually everything is going to develop and people can see them with their eyes. So it is the application client. And the second, we have the application services. So we have 2 application services. That is, one is model repository service and the second one is data integration service. So what these 2 services mean? These 2 services means that they are running behind this client so that the client works perfectly. And this services is like heart of our application. So like clients like something we can tell it's our body which is visible to everyone, and the application services are something our heart which is not visible, but without heart our body doesn't work. So same way, without this services our application clients will not work. So these are the 2 major services which are available, that is model repository service and the data integration service. So repository service is like, we have in this 9.6.1, we have an inbuilt repository, that is model repository, and this service helps to run that particular repository. And the second one is data integration service. This service is mainly used to connect with the different machines, different domains, different nodes, and the different database connections and everything. For that, we use the data integration services. And the last one, we have the repositories. So now, since this is an ETL tool, that Powercenter, so it stores the data to transform. So we have the repositories where we are storing the data. The first one is the model repository, which stores the metadata of the database or any of the files. So it is a repository which stores our source and the target metadata. Then we have the profiling warehouse. Profiling warehouse is something where actually when we are doing the analysis of data and that data has been stored over here. So the profiling warehouse is something where the analysis of data has been stored over here. And finally, we have the domain configuration repository. So here, whatever we have done, the configuration related to the domains, the nodes, the user creation, the rights, the given to the clients, the rights given to the users, all the things have been stored into this domain configuration repository. So this is the architecture of the Powercenter 9.6.1. So by looking at this architecture, we can see that in 9.6.1, it's a completely web-based application where the workflow, the workflow designer, mapping designer, repository designer, everything comes into a single screen. There is no different screens or different windows we need to open for the for workflow, for mappings, and for the repository. Everything is covered into the single screen. So now let's see how our Power Center looks. So as you all can see, this is the way this Power Center developer looks. In this we have Object Explorer. This is our working space. These are the different views which are available. We'll see each and every views in the detail. This is also our outline view. So these are the different views which are available into the Power Center. Now let's see the repository part of Informatica Powercenter 9.6.1. In Powercenter 9.6.1, we have the inbuilt repository, that is model repository, which has all the sample data which is present into that, and we can use this repository for our purpose also. So now let's have a look into the Informatica. So this is the Informatica Powercenter 9.6.1, and as you all can see, this model repository. So when you do installation of Powercenter 9.6.1, this repository gets created by default. And if you will see in this model repository, we have this sample folder also. And in this sample folder, we have different samples which are present for the mappings. Then we have the shared object, the transformation samples, workflow samples. So all different samples which are for the practice purpose has been given over here. So we have the different sources and the targets also which we can use in this particular example. So in this we have all the source and targets also which are available. So this is the repository which is available by default in the Informatica Power 6.1. And in this Informatica Power Center, we can create our own new project. If you will see, we have the new project. So by clicking on that, we can create our new project. So we can say the first demo. So my folder got created. Now in this folder, I can create a different folders. I can create the different sources and the targets, that is the logical data object. Then we have for the transformations, for the mapping, for the workflow, for the profiling, for everything I can create in this particular project. So now let's create a new folder. So we create the folder for the first tutorial. So now in my first demo project, I have the first tutorial is my folder. So now in this way, whenever we wants to create a new mapping, we can just do a right click and create a new mapping, workflow, everything, and that everything will be created in this particular folder. Now let's see the different areas which are present in this particular 9.6.1. As you all can see, this particular area is called as an Object Explorer. This is similar as our Windows Explorer in our machine, which has all the folders, subfolders, and all the files which are present into that. So the hierarchy and everything is maintained over here. Then this particular area is called as a workspace. So here actually the work which we are going to do, that is going to will happen. So suppose if I want to create a mapping, so this is the actual area where my mappings will be created, and I will be doing the mappings over here. Now if you will see, this is this area. This is called an outline area. Outline area means that it shows you these objects which are present into this particular mapping. So if I click on that, so it's a right target EMP. So this, if you all can see, we have the green border for this particular object. If I click on the expression, then we get the green border on the expression transformation. So this is the, on this particular mapping, which are the objects are dependent that will be listed over here. Then we have this, the down area. This particular area has the many tabs. The first is the properties. So when I click on this underscore employee clerk, so it says its type is mapping, its name is M underscore employee clerk, and the description, I have not defined any description while creation of this map. So this particular feature is available which gives you the property. Now this is the data viewer. So whenever if I want to see this data of this particular table, that is EMP table, and if I go into the data viewer and if I click on the run, so my data will be appearing at the down. So in the Informatica this, we don't have to go to the, actually go to the database or go to the source file and check the data. We can check the data here itself. The other tabs we will see when the course progresses. Then we have this validation log. Then we have this progress, where everything, whenever we run the mappings or whenever we run the workflow and any of the error or whatever has been done, it will be appearing over here that the mapping run is finished or the workflow is finished. All that messages will be appearing here at that particular time. Afterwards, if you will see, this is our connection explorer. So the connection explorer is something where we can connect to the database. So if you will see, I have two tabs over here. One is create connection and one is the select connection. So when I go click on the select create connection, now here I have to give the my connection name, then in which machine I want to create, then which database I am going to select, that I have to select, and then we click on the next. We define all the database details which we need to provide and which we have to fill up into this. So we have created a connections and we'll have a look into that, into the connection. So suppose this is my connection, and now we'll look into this connection. This is my Oracle database, and I click on the edit. So the details. So this is my username is test. I have given the Oracle and the database on my local machine itself. So it's a local host. Then my connection string is XE, and this database connection, when you give this and when you click on the test connection, it says that the connection is successful. So whenever the connection has to be done, it has to be done through this particular explorer. And click on OK, and your connections gets appeared over here. So now when I clicked on the select, now this database is present over here. So these are all the different views which are present in this Informatica PowerPoint 9.6.1, and secondly the repository which we have seen, that model repository is inbuilt in which we can perform the many things. Now we'll look into the Powercenter 9.6.1, how exactly we create a mapping and how we run a mapping. It is slightly different than what we have done in the previous version. So we have created our own folder, that is first tutorial. So now let's create a mapping into that. So we'll first do a right click and we click on the new and the new mapping. As we all know, we follow some naming conventions for the Powercenter. So here I follow the naming convention that my all mapping starts with the M underscore. So M underscore first underscore map. So this is my first mapping. Click on enter, and as you can see, I get my working area. So here I can create my mapping. Now in this mapping, if I have to, in each Powercenter 9.6.1, for mapping we need source, target and a transformation. So now first I'll take a source, then I'll take a target, and then we'll create a transformation. So now I want to take a sample source. So I'll take from the whichever is present in this particular repository in the samples into the shared object. There are many flat files are available. So I take one of the flat file. So I take the employee flat file as my source. So I just click it and drag it into the my workspace area, and I leave it. And now it asks for me that you want it as a read, write or lookup. But now since I am taking this as a source, I'll click it as a read and I click on OK. So now I have my source is ready. Now for the target. Now in the previous versions we had to be ready with the target, means the target had to be present in the previously itself, but in this version we can create the target itself in this particular workspace. So let's see how we can create the targets. So we go to the first our folder, then click on the new and we click on the data object. And what type of data object I want to select? So I'll say I want to create a flat file data object. I'll click on next and I'll say create from an existing flat file or create as an empty. So I'll create an empty flat file. What will be the name of my file? So it will be the first underscore map. I click on the next. The delimiter, it's a by default is a comma. It's a said as a comma, and I click on the finish. And if you will see in my physical data object, my first map has been created. So my file has been created. Now it doesn't have any of the columns or anything present over here. So I'll create the two columns over here. So this button, if you can see, we click on that and we write the name. So we write EMP name. The string, the precision I kept as a 30, and I create a new column, and in that I'll put the email ID. Email underscore ID. The string and the precision I keep it as a 20. Sorry, so here this is email underscore ID and the precision is 20. Now this has been done and I just do a save. So my file has been created with the two columns. Now I go to my mapping and now I drag this my target into my work area and I leave it. Now since this is my target, I'll make it as a write. And I click on this radio button right and I click on OK. And now my source and the target is ready. So as you can say, read means source, write means the target. Now in between I have to create a transformation. So I have two options. If you will see here in this area, there are different transformations are available. Data processor, then this one is the web services, then this is SQL, then this is web service consumer, then this is aggregator. Different transformations are available in my left side panel, and the other option is I do a right click and I have option of add transformation. So here I just add the simple expression transformation. I keep it over here in between, and this is a simple mapping is which I am taking just the address, the name and the email ID, and I'm just copying that into the target. We all know how to connect to the transformation to the target. The similar way it has been done over here. So now my mapping has been created. I just save it. And now in the previous versions, we had to go to the mapping designer and then the workflow manager, and we had to create the workflow, and then only we could run the mapping. So any logic is changed or any mistake, we had to again change the mapping and change in the workflow, we had to do it. But here directly we can change, we can run the mapping. So we have an option, we can do just right click, and then we have an option of run the.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge about Informatica by answering this question. Which is the reusable component in Informatica? A. Workflow. B. Maplet. C. Session. D. Mapping. Comment your answer below and subscribe to our channel to know the right answer.
Mapping. We click on this run the mapping, and it shows in the progress bar that it is successful. And when we click on this link, the log opens, which gives us all the information which we could see in the mapping log in the previous version. The same thing appears over here, but here only thing we have an option of running the mapping itself. We don't have to create the workflow and then run the mapping. We can run the mapping individually also, and then we can go to the target folder. So we can go to the Powercenter, this center, then we have the Tomcat, the bin, and then we have the target. So we have our target was the first map. Just we open it, and we can see that all the names with the email ID has been appeared over here. So my first mapping has run successfully, and that also with the Powercenter 9.6.1. So this is the way we run the mapping. Now let's see how we do a profiling. So what do we mean by the profiling? The profiling in Powercenter 9.6.1, that means that here we are going to analyze the source data, what type of data I have, whether it is useful or not, or what the data which I required are present in that particular format or not. That everything is done into the profiling. So in 9.6.1, for the profiling also a different data warehouse is present. So the profiling data is stored and we can read it, we can access it at any point of time. So now let's see how we work on that, how we do the profiling. So first we'll go to our folder, that is false demo, and then from the samples we'll do a profiling into the source, that is sales transaction. So we'll take a source, that is sales transactions. So now this is my Flake file, and let's see the data of this particular file. When we do a run in the data viewer, the output of that particular file gets appeared over here. Now we have this data present into our sales transaction table, and now we want to do a profiling. So what we can do a right click, and when we can tell the profile, it asks what you want to do. We'll tell that we want to do the profiling. So profile will ask for the next. Now for which table or for which object you want to do the profiling. So we tell it's for the sales transaction. If we want to change the name, we can say, so profile sales trans first. So we are doing the sales transaction and we are doing the profiling for that. Afterwards, we do a finish. Now, when you see we can see over here the profile sales trans first has an open. Here it has opened. Now what we have to do, we want to do the analysis of this particular table or the file. So we go to the results, and here we can see that all the columns has this particular number of records, and it has been the profiling. So now if we'll see the selling price, okay, now the selling price column, it has this value, okay, how many times, that is frequency, and how many percentage. Now we can see this into the values, you can see into the patterns. So it's into the 0.2 digits, then it is 43%, 999.99, so into the 3 digits dot 99, it is into the 41%, and 5 digits dot something, it's up to the 14%, and others there are 0.30%. So these are the patterns which we have in our data. So for different columns, you can check this particular patterns, the value, the data types also you can change. So it has all has the decimal. You can check the statistics. So here for each data, what's the statistics, that also we can be seen over here. So this is the profiling which we have done on this particular file, sales transaction, and for the column selling price. You can do it for any other column also. For suppose we do it for the promo description, and in that we'll see the patterns. So the which is 4 letters big, it's 48%, 5 letters it is 26%, and it's 4 and 5, it's a combination of 2 words, and it's a 25%. So all these types of different transaction, and this can be seen in this the profiling. And as you all can see, this profile has been stored in this particular profiles column. So anytime, whenever you want, you can extract it, or you can study it. So it is in the data warehouse in the 9.6.1 where it has been stored. So that's the way the profiling in Informatica Powercenter 9.6.1 has been done.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Informatica, then Intellipaat provides a Informatica certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.